History remembers the survivors, the empires that endured, the monuments that never fell. But what about the ones that vanished? Scattered across the world are the traces of entire civilizations that slipped away. Abandoned cities, undeciphered texts, strange artifacts, no clear reason for their collapse, no record of where they went, and in some cases, not even a name to remember them by. So as we explore these lost civilizations, take a moment to settle in, make yourself comfortable, and let the noise of the modern world fade into the background for a while. Whether you're here to learn, to wonder, or just to unwind, we hope this journey pulls you in. Their ruins still stand in silence, their stories mostly erased, and the questions they left behind haven't faded. They've only grown deeper. This first story takes us to the dry plateaus and red rock canyons of the American Southwest, into a region that once held one of the most impressive and self-sustaining cultures in ancient North America. Tucked into high desert cliffs, scattered across wind-swept meads and spread through winding valleys, now mostly quiet, lie the ruins of a civilization that once thrived, where few people would dare to settle today. The ancestral Puebloans, often still referred to by the older term Anastasia, built their homes in the Four Corners region, where modern-day Utah, Arizona, Colorado, and New Mexico meet. It's a landscape of contrasts: harsh sun and freezing nights, towering sandstone formations and hidden rivers, dry air, and sudden summer rains. For centuries, this region supported a wide network of villages, towns, and ceremonial centers. And though they've long since moved on, what the Puebloans left behind still speaks. Their story begins quietly sometime around 2000 BCE, when small groups of people started settling the high desert, gradually shifting from nomadic hunting and gathering to more permanent forms of life. Over generations, they learned to farm in the desert using irrigation ditches, floodplain techniques, and careful timing to coax corn, beans, and squash from unforgiving soil. Their homes began as shallow pitus dug into the earth, but over time these evolved. By around 750 CE, the Puebloans were building above ground. Their villages grew into clusters of rooms made from sandstone blocks and adobe mortar, thick walls to keep in warmth during cold nights, cool air during the long summers. Some of these dwellings were small and simple. Others rose into towering multi-story complexes, some with hundreds of rooms carved into cliff faces stacked like honeycombs across the canyon walls. Cho Canyon, in what is now northwestern New Mexico, became a cultural and ceremonial heart. Between 900 and 1150 CE, it was the site of massive construction projects. Great houses like Pueblo Bonito and Cetro Kettle were carefully aligned with solar and lunar cycles, connected by long, straight roads that stretched for miles in the desert. These weren't just villages. They were centers of trade, ritual, astronomy, and planning. Builders moved tens of thousands of timber beams from distant mountain forests, hauling them for hundreds of miles without pack animals or wheeled carts. The architectural precision of Cho is striking. Buildings are laid out with clear alignments to equinoxes and solstices. Massive walls were built with decorative banding, carefully layered masonry, and interlocking blocks fitted with a kind of quiet brilliance. Archaeologists have found traces of cacao from Mesoamerica, turquoise workshops, elaborate pottery styles, and exotic birds. Proof that the people here were deeply connected to cultures far beyond their desert borders. But the ancestral Puebloans were never just defined by their architecture. Cultural life revolved around cas, round semi-ubterine chambers used for ceremonies, storytelling, and community decision-making. These spaces often sat at the heart of a settlement marked by wooden ladders descending into the earth, symbolically reconnecting people to their origin. Fires would have burned in the center, their smoke rising through carefully placed vents. Songs would have echoed in the stone. These rooms weren't just functional, they were sacred. There was a rhythm to life in this world, Agricultural seasons, community gatherings, observances of the stars, villages scattered across Meops and canyon floors formed networks linked by shared belief systems, family ties, and trade. They adapted to the land, building check dams and stone terraces to conserve water, planting at multiple elevations to guard against drought. And then, over time, they began to leave. By the late 1200s, many of the great cliff dwellings in Meotop settlements were abandoned. Why remains open to interpretation. Extended droughts, resource strain, social shifts, and regional conflict may all have played a role. Some sites show signs of sudden departure. Others appear to have been left more gradually. But it's important to note this wasn't an extinction. The descendants of the ancestral Pueblones live on today among the Hopi, the Zuri, and the modern Pueblo peoples of New Mexico and Arizona, who maintain cultural and spiritual connections to these places. And when you visit the ruins, places like Mesa Verde, Bandelier, or Canyon de Eli, that continuity is felt. The silence isn't empty, it's respectful. These aren't forgotten sites. They're remembered, even if the full stories behind them aren't known. Mesa Verde in Colorado is one of the most iconic of these locations. Towering sandstone cliffs drop off into shaded aluvs where entire villages were built under overhangs protected from the weather, hidden from view. Cliff Palace, the most famous of these sites, contains more than 150 rooms and 20 KAs arranged in a sweeping arc along the canyon wall. Its scale is both humbling and strangely intimate. The ceilings are blackened from smoke. The doorways are just wide enough to step through. Standing there, you can imagine voices echoing across the stone. The movement of life that once filled these spaces. The ingenuity on display here isn't flashy. It's quiet, resourceful, thoughtful. These were people who understood their environment deeply. They made tools from stone, bone, and wood. They grew food in high, dry places. They stored water in natural cisterns and learned how to live not against the land but with it. Even the way they moved through the world was precise. Narrow hand and toe-hold paths are carved into sheer cliff faces, suggesting that people routinely scaled walls most of us wouldn't attempt without ropes. There was a confidence and familiarity with the terrain that speaks volumes. Artifacts recovered from these sites reveal a vibrant material culture. Painted pottery in red, white, and black geometric patterns, weaving inks, jewelry made from shells and turquoise, corn stored in sealed cysts, tools worn smooth from generations of use. These weren't isolated people. They were builders, artists, engineers, farmers, astronomers, and storytellers. And yet, so much about them remains uncertain. Without a written language, their history must be pieced together from the ground up, from ruins, from oral tradition, from the landscape itself. One of the most haunting aspects of the ancestral Pueblo is how tangible their world still feels. Unlike ancient civilizations buried under cities or jungles, many of their homes and cars remain open to the sky. You can walk their pathways, touch the stones they laid, sit in the same aluvs where fires once burned. And even though the voices are gone, the feeling of presence remains. A kind of living stillness. The mystery isn't just in their departure. It's in how much of their life survives without words, how they adapted, thrived, and eventually moved on, leaving behind something deeply human in the shapes they built and the spaces they chose. So as we begin this journey through lost civilizations, the ancestral Pueblones remind us that mystery doesn't always lie in grand cataclysm or forgotten kings. Sometimes it's quieter than that, a faded footprint in stone, aka left intact. A network of trails leading into the canyon and no clear answer to where they end. While the ancestral Pueblones carve their homes into the cliffs of the southwest, far to the south, hidden in the high cloud forests of the Andes, another civilization was building in the mist, less known, more remote, but just as captivating. The next chapter in our journey takes us deep into the mountains of northern Peru, to the land of the Chachapoa. The Spanish called them the Cloud People, a name that still lingers. The Chachapoa lived high in the Andes in the damp fog-wrapped forests of what is now the Amazonas region of Peru. It's a landscape unlike the desert canyons of the Puebloans, steep, green, tangled with moss and vines. Here, the mountains are often shrouded in mist, the valleys narrow and steep, the terrain rugged and unforgiving. And in the middle of it, perched on ridgelines and clinging to cliffs, are the remains of a people who lived and thrived here for centuries. The Chachapoa began to rise around 800 CE, though some sites suggest even earlier origins. Unlike the Inca or Moche, they didn't build vast road systems or sprawling empires. They were never a centralized power. Instead, they were a network of communities, hilltop settlements, fortified towns, and isolated outposts, each adapted to the steep terrain around them. And yet, despite their distance from the better-known cultures of Peru, the Chachapoa left behind one of the most impressive and haunting legacies in the Andes. Their most famous site is Quap, often referred to as the Machu Picchu of the north, though in reality it's something quite different. Built on a high ridge 3,000 meters above sea level, Quilop is a massive stone fortress with walls that rise up to 60 ft and enclose more than 400 circular buildings. From a distance it seems almost impossible, a city in the clouds wrapped in jungle. And mist. Unlike Machu Picchu's polished stonework, Qualp's walls are rough but monumental. Some of the stones weigh several tons. The entrances are narrow and funnel-shaped, designed not for aesthetics but for defense. It was built to last and to resist. Inside the walls, the buildings are mostly round with low doorways and narrow niches carved into their interiors. Many have decorative friezes set into the stone, zigzags, diamonds, serpent-like patterns. It's unclear exactly what they mean, but they repeat across sites in Chachapoa territory, suggesting shared beliefs or symbolism that hasn't yet been fully deciphered. Despite its size and complexity, Quap remained unknown to the outside world until the mid-19th century. It was local farmers who first brought attention to the site long after the forest had begun to reclaim it. Since then, it's been gradually studied, restored, and reopened. But large sections remain untouched, wrapped in vines and mystery. What makes the Chachapoa especially compelling isn't just their architecture, it's their presence on the edge of history. They lived in a zone of cultural transition both geographically and historically. To the west were the coastal civilizations. To the east, the vast and still largely undocumented Amazonian world. And in the 15th century, as the Inca expanded their empire, the Chachapoa were among those brought under their control. But they didn't submit easily. Historical records, mostly written by Spanish chroniclers after the conquest, described the Chachapoa as fierce, independent, and resistant. They were among the last to be conquered by the Inca, and among the first to rebel. Their territory was difficult to hold, remote, forested, full of hidden paths and steep fortresses. Even after being incorporated into the Incan Empire, they were not fully subdued. And when the Spanish arrived in the 1530s, some Chachapoa communities are said to have sided with them, viewing the newcomers not as saviors but as a means of shaking off Inca control. But that alliance came at a cost. The Spanish brought with them not just horses and guns, but disease. And like many indigenous cultures across the Americas, the Chachapoa were devastated by waves of smallpox, measles, and influenza, illnesses they had no immunity against. Within a few generations, the population had collapsed. The communities scattered. The language, the rituals, and much of their history were lost. What remains is largely stone and bone. The Chachapoa are perhaps best known archaeologically for their burial practices. Across cliff faces and within remote caves, they left behind mummies, sometimes buried in sarcophagi shaped like standing figures with painted faces and folded arms lined up along narrow ledges high above the valley floor. Other times, they buried their dead in tombs tucked deep into natural cavities, sealed off with stone and mud, left hidden for centuries. These burials are not easy to reach. Some are only accessible by climbing vertical rock walls or navigating dangerous jungle paths, but their placement feels deliberate, watchful, protective. The dead weren't placed far away, but positioned to remain part of the living world, watching over it, perhaps guarding it. One of the most striking examples is the sarcophagi of Karagia, a group of large anthropomorphic figures built into a cliff face, each standing over 2 meters tall. They look almost like statues at first, but they're hollow, each containing a body wrapped in textiles and placed upright. The faces are stylized, the expression's neutral, almost serene, but the effect is haunting. Figures standing in the high cliff face, exposed to wind and weather, looking out over the valley year after year. In other places, hundreds of mummies have been found packed into chop paws, stone tombs, many still wrapped in burial cloths, preserved by the cold and dry mountain air. Some are curled in fetal positions, others sitting upright, arms crossed. The preservation is extraordinary, and the emotion they carry even more so. These weren't haphazard burials. They were careful, respectful, ritualized. We don't know exactly what the Chachapoa believed about death. Their language is lost and their myths are only hinted at in fragments. But their care for the dead and their placement of the dead within the landscape suggests a worldview that saw death not as a departure, but as a continuation, a presence, and in some ways that presence still lingers. Hiking through Chachapoa territory today, there's a sense of entering a space that hasn't entirely let go of the past. Trails wind through thick forest, past moss-covered ruins and forgotten terraces. Trees grow through old walls. Birds call through the mist, and every so often you'll come across a half-hidden structure, a bit of worked stone, a niche in the rock, where once perhaps a figure stood. It's not a civilization that vanished in a single moment, but one that faded slowly, quietly, overtaken by time, forest, and empire. What remains is what they built, the stones, the symbols, the echo of their names in the writings of others, and the unmistakable feeling when walking through these high, cloudy places that someone was here and lived well long before the forest grew back. For all that's been lost, the Chachapoa left behind a landscape full of story. And while we may never recover the full shape of who they were, their presence continues to haunt the ridgelines and valleys of the Andes. Not loudly, but clearly enough to be heard. From the mist-covered ridges of the Andes, we now head north into the dense land jungles of ancient Mesoamerica. It's here along the tropical Gulf Coast of what is now Mexico that we find one of the most enigmatic cultures ever uncovered in the Americas. A civilization that predates the Maya and the Aztecs. One that left behind no written history we can read and no clear story of how they rose or why they disappeared. But what they did leave behind is unforgettable. Theme Teach are often called the mother civilization of Mesoamerica. And while that phrase has become somewhat debated in recent years, there's no denying their influence. They were among the first to develop large ceremonial centers, complex religious iconography, monumental sculpture, and a distinct artistic style that would echo through later civilizations. But unlike the Maya or the Aztec, the Mech didn't leave behind grand pyramids or detailed chronicles. They left behind something stranger. Colossal heads, buried altars, and symbols we still don't fully understand. The heart of Mech civilization sat along the humid Gulf Coast of modern-day Veracruz and Tabasco, a region thick with rivers, swamps, and seasonal rains. It was in these floodplains that the Olmec built their earliest settlements, sometime around 1500 BCE. To this day, these heads are among the most iconic images of pre-Columbian America, and perhaps the most mysterious. We don't know who they depict, we don't know what they were meant to symbolize, and we don't know how the Mech managed to move and shape such enormous stones with the limited tools available to them. Around the same time San Lorenzo was thriving, the Mech developed other ceremonial centers, Venta, Trezopotes, and Laguna de los Cheros, each with its own structures, mounds, and layout. Leventa, in particular, became a cultural and religious hub after San Lorenzo declined around 900 BCE. It features one of the earliest known Mesoamerican pyramids, as well as a wealth of jade artifacts, buried offerings, and monumental altars. But despite the grandeur of these sites, the Mech left behind almost no readable writing. They used symbols, glyphic signs carved into stone or etched into jade, but not enough of them or in enough contexts to decipher. One artifact known as the Cascadel block has been proposed as the earliest example of writing in the Americas, but its meaning remains elusive and even its authenticity has been debated. What we do know is that the Mech had a complex spiritual system. Many of their sculptures depict humans merging with animals, particularly jaguars. The so-called were-jaguar motif, a blend of human and feline features, appears again and again. It may represent shamanic transformation, ancestral spirits, or deities tied to rain, fertility, or the underworld. Whatever it meant, it clearly held deep symbolic weight. There are also hints of early Mesoamerican cosmology in Mech iconography. Three-tiered worlds of sky, earth and underworld, directional symbolism, and reverence for caves, mountains, and water sources as sacred spaces. In many ways, the spiritual worldview seen in later cultures like the Maya and the Zapoch appears to trace its roots back to the Mech. Their art too has a signature feel. It's finely crafted, often made from jade, serpentine, and other precious stones. Tiny masks, figurines, and engraved Celt show faces with downturned mouths and almond-shaped eyes, features that recur in larger works as well. Some scholars have interpreted this style as religious or shamanic in nature. Others think they represent specific classes or roles within Mech society. But despite the richness of their material culture, we still know remarkably little about their daily lives. We don't know the names of their rulers. We don't know what language they spoke. We don't know what their cities look like at full scale or how their society was organized. Theme Change World exists largely in fragments, objects found in the ground, disconnected from full context. By around 400 BCE, the major CH centers had declined. San Lorenzo had already been abandoned centuries earlier. Leventa followed. Trezopotes lingered a little longer, but its culture had shifted. The reasons for the collapse are still debated. Environmental changes like river shifts or soil exhaustion may have played a role. Internal conflict or changing trade routes could have contributed. It's possible their influence simply spread absorbed by the cultures that followed, because despite their disappearance, the Mech didn't vanish without a trace. Their influence lived on in sculpture, in religion, in architecture, and in the ideas that would shape the civilizations of Mesoamerica. For centuries, the Maya adopted aspects of their calendar and ceremonial layout. The Aztec traced parts of their mythology back to the Gulf Coast. Even their artistic motifs like the jaguar, the crossband symbol, or the cleft-headed deity, continued to appear long after Themic were gone. And yet, for all that cultural legacy, the core of who they were remains hidden. The people themselves are still anonymous. Their cities are largely buried. Their voices are silent. And even now, new discoveries continue to reshape what we thought we knew about them. Excavations have revealed more colossal heads, more jade, more strange, powerful symbols that suggest a level of sophistication far beyond what we once assumed. But the big questions still hover. Who are the meme? What did they believe? And why did they disappear? There's something uniquely haunting about a civilization that was clearly advanced technologically, artistically, spiritually, but left behind no explanation. No scrolls, no final monuments, just heads staring out across the centuries with expressions we still can't quite read. When you stand in front of one of those heads today, half buried in the jungle, worn by rain and time, it's hard not to feel something. Not just awe at the craftsmanship, but a quiet sense of disconnection, like the last page of a book is missing, like the characters were introduced but the story was never finished. And maybe that's what makes the mechs so compelling. Not because they told us everything, but because they didn't. Because they ask questions without offering easy answers. Because they remind us that even in the heart of history, there are still things we don't fully understand. They were builders, artists, thinkers. And when they left behind something enduring. Not just the stone and the jade, but the mystery. A reminder that even the earliest chapters of civilization are deeper than we imagine. And some stories, no matter how far we dig, are meant to remain partly buried. As the stone heads of the Met continue to watch over the jungles of Mesoamerica, we move further back, much further to a time long before pyramids were built or temples rose from the forest, before cities, before writing, before agriculture. Our next story takes us deep into prehistory to the people who may have been the first to walk this continent. A civilization known not for its architecture or monuments, but for something far more elusive: stone points, scattered bones, and a mystery still debated to this day. This is the story of the Clovis culture. The Clovis people lived over 13,000 years ago during the very end of the last ice age. Their tools have been found across North America, from the Rocky Mountains to the East Coast, from Montana to Florida. Not settlements or buildings, but distinct, finely crafted spear points, shaped with fluted bases and razor-sharp edges unlike anything else from the time. These points are how we know them. They were the first recognizable cultural signature in North America. Clear evidence of a widespread group of people moving, hunting, and adapting across an enormous landscape. They weren't an empire. They didn't build cities, but they were everywhere. The Clovis were hunter-gatherers living in small mobile groups. They likely followed herds of now extinct animals, mammoths, mastodons, giant sloths across open plains and forested valleys. They used stone, bone, and wood to survive, building shelters when needed, or using caves and natural formations. But they didn't stay in one place long. Theirs was a world of movement and adaptation. The most famous Clovis site was uncovered near the town of Clovis, New Mexico in the 1930s, giving the culture its name. At Blackwater Draw, archaeologists found stone tools lying directly beneath the fossilized bones of extinct Ice Age animals. This discovery marked a turning point. It proved that humans had been in North America far earlier than many believed, and that they had lived alongside giant prehistoric fauna. Soon, other Clovis sites began turning up across the continent, always with that same fluted design and often found with the remains of Ice Age megapo. For decades, many believed the Clovis were the first humans in the Americas. The Clovis first theory dominated archaeology. During the last Ice Age, humans crossed a land bridge from Siberia into Alaska, moved south through an ice-free corridor, and eventually spread across the continent. Their widespread tools seemed to support the idea, but over time, the picture became more complicated. Sites like Monte Verde in Chile, Page Ladson in Florida, and Buttermilk Creek in Texas have provided evidence of human presence thousands of years before Clovis. The tools found at these sites don't match Clovis technology, and some are dated as far back as 16,000 to 18,000 years ago. These discoveries challenged the idea that the Clovis were the first, instead placing them as part of a much older and more complex migration story. Still, the Clovis remain significant, not just because of their age, but because of the level of skill their tools demonstrate. The craftsmanship of a Clovis point isn't something developed overnight. These were carefully shaped weapons with a fluted channel carved from the base, likely to help secure the point to a wooden shaft. The precision required to make such a point is impressive. Even modern flint knappers acknowledge the difficulty. Many of the stones used weren't local, suggesting long distance travel or trade networks between bands. Some Clovis points discovered in the eastern US were made from stone sourced hundreds of miles away, indicating a surprising level of mobility and interconnectedness. And yet, as quickly as the Clovis culture appears in the archaeological record, it disappears. After just a few centuries, roughly between 13,000 and 12,700 years ago, Clovis points vanish. Their distinct tool style is no longer found, and other projectile point styles begin to take their place. People didn't disappear, but the Clovis identity, whatever it represented, was gone.
Why that happened remains uncertain.
One possibility is tied to the extinction of the megapanna. Around the same time the Clovis disappear, many large Ice Age animals also go extinct. If the Clovis relied heavily on these animals for food and materials, their collapse may have disrupted the way of life Clovis people depended on. Another theory centers on climate. The end of the Ice Age brought abrupt environmental shifts, including a sudden cold period known as the Younger Dry. This shift may have dramatically altered ecosystems, forcing people to change how and where they lived. New conditions may have made Clovis-style hunting less effective or obsolete. There's also the idea of cultural evolution. Over time, groups change, technologies adapt, and traditions evolve. What we call Clovis might have simply merged into newer traditions, absorbed into cultures that left different kinds of tools or footprints. A more controversial theory suggests something catastrophic, a comet or asteroid impact that triggered widespread fires, climate disruption, and ecological collapse. This Younger Dryas impact hypothesis remains debated, with researchers split on the evidence. While it's not proven, it remains a part of the conversation. What is clear is that the Clovis left a mark not in monuments, not in writing, but in the shape of stone points left across a continent. Their tools continue to be unearthed in riverbeds, valleys, and cave sites, offering a rare and silent glimpse into lives lived long before the written word. These points weren't buried ceremonially. They were lost in the middle of activity, dropped during a hunt, left behind in a camp, discarded after a break. Each one is a moment preserved. That's part of what makes the Clovis culture so quietly compelling. These were people without temples or kingdoms, but with skill, knowledge, and presence. They crossed vast and harsh landscapes, survived in a world of giant beasts and shifting climate, and shaped tools with such mastery that we still recognize them instantly, thousands of years later. Their story reminds us how little we truly know about the earliest chapters of human history on this continent, and how many mysteries remain not in buried cities, but in single tools carried far from their origin, left behind in silence. The Clovis didn't build in stone, but they shaped it, and through that they left behind a trail, one we're still following. From the scattered stone points of prehistoric North America, we now cross time and oceans into a very different world. This next civilization didn't vanish in silence. It once stood among the great powers of the ancient world, ruling over fortified cities, forging treaties, and going to war with Egypt. And yet, for centuries, its entire existence was forgotten. No one remembered their language. No one remembered their name. Only fragments of stone hidden beneath layers of earth in the hills of Anatolia remained. This is the story of the Hittites, the world of the Hittites. It takes us back more than 3,500 years into the heart of the Late Bronze Age. They lived in what is now modern-day Turkey in the central Anatolian plateau. A rugged, wind-swept landscape of rolling hills, steep valleys, and high plains. Summers here are hot and dry. Winters are cold. The land doesn't give up its secrets easily. But in the second millennium, BCE, this was the seed of an empire. At their height, the Hittites rivaled Egypt, Assyria, and Babylon. They controlled a vast territory stretching from western Anatolia to the borders of Mesopotamia and south into parts of modern-day Syria and Lebanon. Their capital, Hattusa, sat near the bend of a river, surrounded by stone walls and broken cliffs. Today it lies in ruins, quiet, grassy, scattered with massive gates and carved lion statues. But once it was the center of a kingdom that shaped the course of ancient history. The Hittites were Indo-European speakers, and their language, now deciphered, was one of the oldest known written Indo-European tongues. They wrote in cuneiform like the Babylonians and Assyrians, but also left behind a second script, hieroglyphic Luwian, carved into stone in looping lines and symbols. Their archives, uncovered in the early 20th century, reveal thousands of clay tablets, treaties, royal decrees, prayers, omens, myths, and correspondence between kings. Before those discoveries, the Hittites were little more than a footnote in ancient texts, mentioned in passing in Egyptian records and the Hebrew Bible. For centuries, scholars debated whether they were real at all. But as excavation teams dug into the mounds at Hattusa and surrounding sites, a buried empire emerged, and with it came a story that had been forgotten for nearly 3,000 years. Walking through the ruins of Hattusa today, you can still trace the outline of the great city walls.
Massive stone foundations topped by mud brick ramparts that once ran for over 6 kilometers. Gates flanked by lions and sphinxes once stood guard.
Broad avenues led into ceremonial areas, temples, and royal residences. Stone foundations of granaries, barracks, and sanctuaries can still be seen, softened by grass and the passing of time. Unlike the symmetrical axial layouts of Egyptian cities, Hattusa seems to grow out of the landscape, following the hills bending around cliffs. It was a city made for defense as much as for ceremony. The nearby site of Yazilikaya, a rock sanctuary carved into a limestone ridge, contains one of the most evocative remains of Hittite religion. Processions of deities carved in relief lined up along the stone walls, frozen mid-step in the shadows of narrow chambers. The Hittites worshipped a large and ever-shifting pantheon of gods. Their religious beliefs were heavily syncretic, absorbing deities from neighboring cultures, renaming foreign gods and blending traditions from the Mesopotamians, Hurans, and others. They referred to their homeland as the land of 1,000 gods. Storm gods, sun goddesses, earth deities, and ancestral spirits all played roles in their worldview. Rituals were frequent and complex, often tied to seasonal cycles, agriculture, and the favor of divine forces. One of the best-known stories from Hittite mythology is the tale of the storm god's battle with the serpent Ilwanka, a narrative that echoes myths from Mesopotamia, Canaan, and even later, Greek traditions. These shared themes remind us how interconnected the ancient world was, even without the global reach we take for granted today. The Hittites were also remarkable diplomats. In fact, the world's oldest known peace treaty was signed between the Hittites and the Egyptians following the famous Battle of Kadesh around 1274 BCE. That treaty, etched into stone and also preserved on clay tablets, formalized peace between Pharaoh Ramses II and the Hittite king Hattusili III. A copy of the treaty even hangs in the United Nations headquarters today, a reminder of its lasting significance. But while diplomacy was one of their strengths, so was military innovation. The Hittites are often credited with refining the use of the chariot in warfare, building lighter, faster models with three-man crews. Their armies were organized and professional, capable of moving across great distances and holding territory through a combination of force and administration. They also had a deep understanding of logistics, evident in their use of granaries, way stations, and fortified borders. Despite their power, the Hittites didn't last forever. Around 1200 BCE, the empire fell, part of the broader and still poorly understood Bronze Age collapse that saw multiple major civilizations weaken or disappear across the eastern Mediterranean. Whether from invasion, famine, climate shifts, internal unrest, or a combination of factors, the Hittite cities were abandoned, their archives forgotten, and their language lost. But it's not the collapse that defines them.
It's what they left behind.
When you sit among the ruins of Hattusa, it doesn't feel lifeless. The stones are weathered, but the roads still lead somewhere. The walls still rise, and the tablets found in its storerooms still speak across millennia in the clipped formal tone of kings, priests, and scribes. They tell of treaties signed, oaths sworn, festivals observed, and gods invoked. They speak of administration, agriculture, conflict and peace, and they remind us that history isn't just made in marble and gold. Sometimes it's carved into rough stone, left in clay, and buried until someone knows where to look. Unlike the mystery of the Clovis or the vanishing of the Mech, the Hittites are less about disappearance and more about rediscovery. For centuries, their name was whispered in legend. Today, it's spoken again with clarity. And yet, even with their cities mapped and their tablets translated, there's still something quietly haunting about how much of their world remains out of reach. We can read their treaties, but not always their thoughts. We can trace their gods, but not their prayers. We can walk their streets, but we don't fully know how it felt to live there, to look out over those Anatolian hills and know that your empire stretched for hundreds of miles in every direction. Maybe that's part of what makes the story of the Hittites so absorbing. It's not just a tale of power or collapse. It's a reminder of how easily great civilizations can vanish from view and how fragile memory can be. For thousands of years, the Hittites were lost to time. Now, piece by piece, they're being remembered. And as we continue through the forgotten corners of ancient history, their presence lingers, solid, grounded, and quietly speaking from stone. While the Hittites ruled the dry highlands of Anatolia, across the globe and many centuries later, another civilization was rising in the green heart of Southeast Asia. Deep in the monsoon-soaked forests of Cambodia, surrounded by rivers and land plains, the Khmer Empire grew into one of the most sophisticated and powerful forces of the medieval world. And unlike so many lost civilizations defined by ruins and myth, much of what the Khmer left behind still stands, carved in stone, surrounded by jungle, and watching silently as the centuries pass. The story of the Khmer Empire begins around the 9th century CE in the tropical lands of what is now Cambodia. This was a world of rivers and rice fields, of seasonal floods and dense forests. Life here followed the rhythm of the rains. The land was fertile, but managing it took ingenuity, irrigation, reservoirs, and careful planning. The Khmer not only mastered that system, they expanded it to a scale that was unmatched in the region. By the early 800s, under the rule of Javarin Seku, the foundation of the Chimera Empire was laid. He declared himself a Deer Raja, a god king, and established a new capital in the hills of Phnom Kulen. From there, the empire grew steadily over the next 6 centuries, stretching across large parts of modern-day Cambodia, Thailand, Laos, and Vietnam. At its height, the Khmer controlled one of the largest and most enduring empires in Southeast Asia. But when we think of the Sime today, one image stands above all others. Angkor. Angkor wasn't just a city. It was a sprawling complex of temples, roads, canals, reservoirs, and administrative centers, home to hundreds of thousands of people, perhaps even 1 million at its peak. It was a living capital, but also a sacred one. Temples weren't only places of worship. They were expressions of the cosmos, built as mountains of stone, aligned with stars, carved with scenes from mythology, war, and everyday life. Angkor Wat, the most famous of them all, is often what comes to mind first. Built in the 12th century by King Suryavarman II, it's the largest religious monument in the world. Originally dedicated to the Hindu god Vishnu, its 5 central towers represent the peaks of Mount Mu, the center of the universe in Hindu and Buddhist cosmology. The outer moat, over 600 ft wide, forms a massive symbolic ocean. Walking its long galleries, one passes through intricately carved bas-reliefs showing gods, demons, celestial dancers, and epic battles. But despite its religious meaning, Angkor Wat also functioned as a political symbol, proof of royal power, divine favor, and mastery over nature. Just north of Angkor Wat is Anorm, built by Jayavarman II. At its center, lies the Bayan Temple, famous for its serene stone faces gazing out in all directions, smiling slightly with half-closed eyes. These faces, carved dozens of times across the temple towers, are thought to represent either a bodhisattva or the king himself, fused with divine qualities. Around them, detailed carvings show daily life. Market scenes, rice harvesting, fishing, dancing. It's one of the rare cases in ancient architecture where everyday people appear alongside gods and kings. But Angkor was much more than temples. The Khmer created an enormous water management system, canals, reservoirs known as barays, and a network of dikes and channels that regulated water year-round. This allowed them to grow rice on a massive scale, even during dry season. Recent LAR scans, laser-based archaeological surveys, have revealed the full scope of this system, showing that the city and its suburbs extended far beyond what had been seen before.
Hidden beneath forest cover for centuries.
Life in the Khmer Empire wasn't just grand temples and royal rituals.
Villages lined the canals.
Farmers worked flooded fields, traders moved goods through inland waterways, and artisans crafted everything from pottery to metalwork to sculpture. The society was deeply stratified with powerful kings and priests at the top, but it was also highly organized. Inscriptions on temple walls offer glimpses of land grants, tax records, and labor organization. Religion shifted over time, moving from Hinduism to Mahayana Buddhism and later to Thera Buddhism, which still shapes Cambodian culture today. So what happened to this world? Unlike sudden collapses or disappearances, the Khmer Empire declined gradually. By the 14th and 15th centuries, Angkor had begun to lose its central place in Cambodian life. Political power shifted south toward Phnom Penh and closer to maritime trade routes. The water systems that had sustained Angkor may have faltered due to environmental change, droughts, flooding, or sediment buildup. Invasions from neighboring powers like Siam, modern Thailand, also played a role. Over time, the great temples were left behind, not destroyed but simply overtaken by forests still standing, but no longer filled with daily life. The image of Angkor Wat being lost to the jungle is often overstated. The temples were never completely forgotten. Local communities continued to visit them, and Buddhist monks maintained shrines within some of the temple spaces. But to the outside world, Angkor faded from view. It wasn't until the 19th century that European explorers and scholars rediscovered the site and began to study it seriously. Today, walking through Angkor is an experience like no other. There are the massive root systems of strangler figs and kapik trees that have wrapped themselves around the stonework of Taprome, making it feel like the temple grew naturally from the jungle itself. There are long galleries of stone worn smooth by centuries of feet. You hear seekers buzzing in the heat, the occasional chant from a monk or offering left at a small altar. It's a place of stillness but not silence. What makes the Chimera Empire so compelling isn't just its scale or its beauty. It's how much of it still feels alive. The symbols carved into Angkor's walls still hold meaning. The stories told in its art are still known, and the rhythms of the land. The canals, the rice fields, the passing rains continue to shape the lives of those who live nearby. The mystery isn't in their disappearance, but in their endurance. This was a civilization that worked with nature on a massive scale, that blended spirituality and governance, that left behind structures not just of stone, but of purpose. The quiet power of the Khmer Empire is in how much of it remains, not only in temples, but in language, religion, and culture. It reminds us that some civilizations don't vanish. They change, they move, they adapt to new pressures, new needs, and new landscapes. And even when their capitals fall silent, their stories go on in the forest, in the people, and in the stones that still rise toward the sky. While the stone towers of Angkor rose beneath the dense canopies of Southeast Asia, on the far side of the world, high in the rugged mountains of the Andes, another culture was shaping the land in its own quiet, enduring way. Before the rise of the Inca, centuries before Machu Picchu, A different empire laid the groundwork for civilization in the Peruvian highlands. Its name isn't widely known outside archaeological circles, but its legacy is written into the stone foundations, roadways, and societal patterns that would follow. This is the story of the Wari. Civilization flourished in the Central Highlands of Peru between roughly 500 and 1000.
See, that's about 400 years before.
The Inca Empire began to expand, and yet in many ways the Wari laid the foundation for what would later become the Inca way of life. They emerged in a land of extremes, high plateaus, steep valleys, and shifting climates where adaptation was essential. The capital city of the Wai, simply called Wari, sat at around 2,800 meters over 9,000 on FT above sea level near present-day Ayacucho. From this elevated perch, the Wari organized a network of cities, trade routes, and agricultural centers that stretched from the north coast of Peru to the southern highlands and into modern-day Bolivia. What's striking about the Wari isn't their grand temples or monumental statues, though their cities were impressive, but rather their infrastructure. They were organizers, planners, builders organically. They were gritted, designed with intention. Streets, neighborhoods, and ceremonial centers were laid out systematically. They used stone and adobe to create walls that defined not just homes, but civic and ritual spaces. And they controlled water, building canals, reservoirs, and terracing systems that turned steep mountain slopes into productive farmland. At the core of Wari society was a deep understanding of land and labor. They implemented a system of resource management that connected diverse ecological zones, coastal deserts, mountain valleys, and tropical lowlands, each contributing different crops and goods. They organized production through state-controlled centers and administered distant regions through provincial outposts. While not an empire in the same sense as the Inca, the Wari were clearly centralized and their influence reached far. One of the most fascinating aspects of Wari architecture is their use of D-shaped temples, a design rarely seen outside their culture. These structures often served as ceremonial centers with evidence of food offerings, feasting, and possibly ancestor veneration. Their burial practices too offer insight. War elite were often buried in underground tombs beneath their homes or public plazas, wrapped in textiles and accompanied by offerings of ceramics, food, and precious items. Textiles were especially important in Wari culture. Their weavers produced intricate geometric designs using bright natural dyes and fine threads, some so complex that the patterns can only fully be appreciated when unraveled. Textiles weren't just clothing or decoration, they were symbols of status, currency, and exchanges, and perhaps even carriers of religious or political meaning. Another window into war life comes from their ceramics. These vessels were painted with stylized figures, human faces, gods, animals, and warriors, all rendered in bold lines and earthy colors. Many share a visual language with the earlier Nazca and later Inca, suggesting a continuum of Andean artistic expression. The images hint at rituals, hierarchy, and possibly mythologies, though much remains to be interpreted. One of the most significant Wari archaeological discoveries came from the site of El Castillo de Huare on the northern coast of Peru. In 2013, archaeologists uncovered an unlooted royal tomb, one of the richest ever found in the Andes. Inside were the remains of high-status women, likely priestesses or nobles, buried with jewelry, textiles, gold, silver, and ceramics. Their presence in such an elaborate setting suggests women held powerful roles in war society, at least in spiritual or elite circles. Despite their reach and sophistication, the Wai are still not widely known. Much of their infrastructure was later used or repurposed by the Inca, blurring the line between the two civilizations. Even parts of the famous Inca road system, the Capacan, are believed to have been originally constructed by the Wari, then expanded centuries later. What's been found of Wari cities often lies beneath modern settlements, or has been eroded by time and terrain. Their memory lingers more in fragments than in towering ruins. As for why the worry faded, the reasons are still unclear. By around 1000 CE, their centralized authority began to break down. Some suggest prolonged droughts or environmental stress played a role. Others think the sheer complexity of managing such a vast, diverse network without modern tools may have eventually led to fragmentation. Their cities weren't violently destroyed. They were simply abandoned, overgrown, covered by soil, or absorbed into later Andean cultures. But in many ways, the Wari didn't disappear. Their methods of governance, agriculture, engineering, and even artistic expression were absorbed by those who came after. When the Inca began to rise, they inherited much from Wari foundations, a tradition of centralized control, long distance planning, and the belief that human society could shape even the most unforgiving landscapes into order and meaning. Today, standing in the ruins of war cities like Piquilacta near Cusco, you can still see their wide streets and solid walls stretching into the Andean mist. You can walk along causeways that once connected neighborhoods, past crumbled platforms and sun-warmed stones. There are no grand statues or gold-covered temples here, but there is structure, there is balance, and there is a sense of a people who understood the land and how to live with it deliberately, communally, and with care. What makes the Wari story compelling isn't drama or collapse. It's how much they built without needing to dominate through spectacle. They left no epic myths, no massive monuments to ego, but their quiet influence lingers in the stones, in the fields, and in the practices that shaped the Andes long after their cities were silent. They remind us that power isn't always loud, that civilization doesn't need to declare itself to be real, and that sometimes the most lasting legacies are the ones built patiently through planning, adaptation, and respect for the world around them. From the quiet stone foundations of the Wari Highlands, we shift once again, this time across the oceans toward the warm hills and wind-swept shores of the Iron Sea, to a world of citadels and sea trade, of faded myths and half-remembered kings. Here, long before the rise of classical Greece, another civilization once flourished. Their palaces stood atop rocky hills, their warriors sailed deep into foreign waters, and their stories, whether real or imagined, echoed through. Homer's epic poems long after their world had faded. This is the story of the Mycenaeans. The Mycenaeans lived in the Late Bronze Age, roughly between 1600 and 1100 BCE. They were Greece's first major civilization, an early blueprint of what would later become the Greek world. But unlike the democratic city-states of Athens or the philosophers of later centuries, the Mycenaeans were something different. They were builders, warriors, administrators. Their world was one of palaces and kings, trade routes, and fortified cities. And it's from them that much of ancient Greek mythology draws its roots. Their name comes from Mycenae, a citadel city in the northeastern Peloponnese, famous for its massive stone walls and the so-called Lion Gate, a triangular relief of two lions flanking a column, still standing tall above the ancient entrance. Mycenae wasn't the only center, though. Other major cities included Chios, Tirana, Thebes, and Athens itself. Each was the seat of a local king, but together they formed a shared culture linked by language, religion, art, and trade. The Mycenaeans wrote in a script known as Linear B, an early form of Greek that was used mainly for keeping palace records. For years, it remained undeciphered until it was finally cracked in the 1950s, revealing inventories, tax lists, offerings to gods, and bureaucratic details. There were no myths, no poetry, just everyday administration. But even in those dry details, a world emerges, one of harvests and herders, scribes and craftsmen, grain rations, and temple offerings. Archaeologically, the Mycenaeans are best known for their palatial centers. These weren't just royal homes, they were administrative hubs, economic centers, and religious sites. They were often perched on natural hills, ringed with cyclopean walls, huge limestone blocks stacked without mortar, so massive that later Greeks believed they must have been built by giants. Inside the palaces were structured around a central megaron or throne room, with a hearth in the middle and fresco on the walls. These painted scenes show hunting parties, marine life, processions and mythological figures, hints of the worldview the Mycenaeans carried. They were connected to the wider world through trade and diplomacy. Mycenaean pottery has been found across the Mediterranean in Egypt, the Levant and Italy. Amber from the north, gold from the east, and tin for making bronze flowed into their ports. They sailed the same waters as the Manoans of Crete before them, and may have even taken over some of their former trade routes after the Minoan decline. In fact, the Mycenaeans absorbed many aspects of Minoan culture, adopting elements of their script, art, and perhaps even their religion. Religion for the Mycenaeans is difficult to pin down, but there are familiar names. Some of the gods we know from later Greek mythology, Zeus, Poseidon, Hera, and others, already appear in the Linear B tablets, but they existed alongside deities now forgotten, local gods whose roles are uncertain. Religious practices likely centered around offerings, libations, and rituals tied to nature and fertility. Temples, as we imagine them, didn't yet exist. Worship likely occurred in palace sanctuaries or outdoor spaces. One of the most iconic discoveries from Myene is the so-called Mask of Agamemnon, a golderary mask found in a shaft grave by Heinrich Schlein in the 19th century. Though it predates the traditional date of the Trojan War, it captured the imagination of the world, and while we can't know the real identity of the man buried beneath it, the association with Homer's king speaks to how deeply the Mycenaeans are linked to Greek legend, because this is also the world of Troy, or at least the backdrop for the stories of the Iliad and the Odyssey. Whether or not the Trojan War happened as Homer described it, there was certainly contact, both peaceful and violent, between Mycenaean Greece and the cities of Western Anatolia. The ruins of Hisarlik, the likely site of ancient Troy, show multiple layers of occupation. One of those layers, Troy Seventh, was destroyed around the same time that Mycenaean cities began to fall. Coincidence, perhaps, but enough to keep the questions alive, and then slowly the world of the Mycenaeans began to unravel. Around 1200 BCE, many of their palace centers were destroyed or abandoned.
Pius was burned.
Mycenae was weakened. Linear B vanished. Pottery styles changed. Building techniques declined. For centuries, historians spoke of a mysterious Bronze Age collapse, a widespread decline that affected not just the Mycenaeans, but the Hittites, the Ugaratans, the Cryates, and even Egypt. Whether due to climate change, famine, internal rebellion, earthquakes, foreign invasions, or a combination of all of these, something shifted dramatically in the Eastern Mediterranean. The Sea Peoples, a term found in Egyptian records, were once blamed for this upheaval. Raiders who swept across the coasts, sacking cities. But it's now seen as part of a broader, more complex unraveling, a slow-burning crisis that brought down interconnected societies across the region. For the Mycenaeans, the highly centralized palace-based system they depended on may have made them especially vulnerable. Without the palace, everything else began to fracture. After the collapse, Greece entered what's often called the Greek Dark Ages. Writing disappeared. Monumental architecture stopped. Trade shrank. Local pottery styles became simpler. Population levels dropped in many regions. For a long time, this was seen as a complete break from the past. But now, archaeologists recognize continuity beneath the surface. Smaller communities carrying forward fragments of Mycenaean life. Traditions adapted, simplified, remembered in part. It was out of this long silence that classical Greece would later emerge. And when those later Greeks looked back, they remembered the Mycenaeans not as bureaucrats or builders, but as heroes, the age of Achilles, Agamemnon, Odysseus, of gods walking among mortals, of great wars,
of honor and tragedy. Myth grew where memory faded and the stones of old citadels took on new meaning.
not just as ruins, but as the homes of giants and kings. Today, walking through the remains of Myini or Pios, there's a sense of that mixture, fact and legend, stone and story. The citadel of Myini still rises from its hill, ringed with those massive walls. The Lion Gate standing silent beneath the sky. The Tholos tombs, beehives, burial chambers, dug into hillsides, still echo with the footsteps of visitors. And at Pios, the so-called Palace of Nator preserves a rare glimpse of Minoan architecture, its megaron, its storerooms, even fragments of wall painting. There's a quiet dignity in these places. They don't overwhelm with scale, but with presence. You can stand in a doorway and imagine the sounds of sandals on stone, the clink of pottery, the rhythm of scribes at work, the hush of offerings being made. The Mycenaeans weren't mythical. They were administrators, artisans, farmers, soldiers, but their world, layered now beneath centuries of myth and ruin, still feels close enough to touch. What draws us to the Mycenaeans isn't just their connection to epic tales or vanished kingdoms, it's the mix of familiarity and distance. The names they used are still known. The gods they worshipped still echo in later texts. And yet their day-to-day lives, their voices, their fears and hopes, those remain just out of reach. They remind us that civilizations aren't only defined by what they left behind, but by how they're remembered, and how, even in fading, they shape what comes next. As with so many of the ancient cultures we explore, the Mycenaeans speak most clearly not through their monuments, but through their silence. A civilization once filled with life, trade, language, and ritual, now reduced to stone foundations, fragments of text, and the stories others told about them. And yet, in that quiet, their legacy still lingers between the lines of Homer in the soil of Greece and in the still air of their ruined palaces, where the past hasn't quite let go. From the fortified palaces of Bronze Age Greece, we now drift west beyond the Strait of Gibraltar, where the Atlantic Ocean meets the edge of the known world, just off the coast of North Africa.
Scattered like stones across the sea lie the Canary Islands.
Today, they're a sunlit destination, but centuries ago they held a very different place in the imagination. Remote, isolated, unmapped. And on those islands lived a people whose origins still remain a mystery. A people who left behind mummies in mountain caves, pyramidal structures, and whispers of a vanished way of life. These were the Guanches. The Guanches were the indigenous inhabitants of the Canary Islands, an archipelago made up of 7 main islands, including Tenerife, Gran Canaria, La Palma, and Lanzarote. While each island developed its own variation of culture and leadership, all were once home to populations of Guanche origin. They lived in relative isolation for more than 1,000 years, cut off from the wider Mediterranean and European worlds, preserving a way of life that felt older than the era they existed in. The climate of the islands was and still is unusually gentle. Mild winters, moderate summers, fertile valleys, and high volcanic peaks. It's a land shaped by ancient lava flows, deep ravines, and hidden caves. Much of Guanche life revolved around these landscapes. They built their homes in rocky shelters, buried their dead in lava tubes and cliffside tombs, and herded goats and sheep along the winding mountain trails. Life was simple, but not primitive. It was self-sufficient, stable. The Guanches lived without metal. They had no known writing system. Their tools were made of wood, bone, and obsidian. Yet they managed herds, cultivated basic crops, and stored water in cisterns carved into stone. In some areas, especially on Tenerife, they built low-stepped pyramid-like platforms. Rectangular terrace structures that still puzzle archaeologists today. Some believe they were agricultural, others suggest ritual use. Whatever their purpose, they suggest thought, planning, and symbolic intention. One of the most fascinating aspects of Guanche life was their burial practices. On Tenerife and other islands, naturally mummified remains have been discovered. bodies wrapped in animal skins or plant fibers, often laid out in caves. The preservation is remarkable. Skin, hair, even some facial features have survived for centuries. The techniques used, though still not fully understood, suggest a respect for the dead and possibly a belief in an afterlife. Burial caves were sometimes arranged by status, and in some accounts, the remains of important individuals were revisited, preserved, or displayed ceremonially. In terms of language, little survives. A few words and place names have been preserved in oral tradition, but the Guanche tongue is extinct. Linguists generally agree that it was related to Berber languages of North Africa, suggesting that the original inhabitants of the islands may have migrated from the mainland thousands of years ago. How they made that journey remains unknown. Some theories propose Neolithic seafares or even accidental drift, but once there they stayed, isolated from the world for centuries. The islands were not entirely forgotten, however. In ancient Mediterranean texts, there are vague references to Blessed Isles or Fortunate Isles far to the west, lands of perpetual spring, untouched by time. These may or may not refer to the Canaries, but they fed a sense of myth that clung to the archipelago long before anyone mapped it. To outsiders, it was a place beyond reach, and for the Guanches, it was home. Daily life, according to later Spanish accounts, was organized by community. Some islands had tribal structures with leaders or kings called menchis on Tenerife. Each tribe had its own territories, herds, and customs. Laws were often remembered orally, with community gatherings used to resolve disputes or mark important events. Music, dancing, and oral storytelling were part of communal life. Clothing was simple, mainly garments made of leather or woven plant fibers. And then in the 14th and 15th centuries, everything changed. The first European ships began arriving off the coast. Portuguese and Spanish explorers saw the islands not just as curiosities, but as stepping stones for Atlantic expansion, strategic outposts between Europe and Africa. They brought with them chroniclers, soldiers, priests, and diseases. Early encounters were a mix of trade, curiosity, and violence. But as the Spanish crown turned its eyes toward conquest, the islands became targets of colonization. The Guanche resistance was fierce. On islands like Tenerife and Gran Canaria, the native populations fought back for decades, using the terrain to their advantage, retreating into mountains, launching ambushes, defending narrow passes. They fought with stones, spears, and courage against armored troops and mounted cavalry. In some places, temporary peace was negotiated. In others, brutal campaigns led to forced submission. By the end of the 15th century, the Spanish conquest was complete. The last Guanche stronghold fell in 1496. The surviving population faced a harsh new reality: enslavement, disease, cultural erasure. Thousands died. Others were absorbed into the new colonial system, baptized, renamed, and resettled. Their language faded, their customs were outlawed or forgotten, and within a few generations, Guanche identity had largely disappeared, preserved only in fragments. But fragments remain. In the hills of Tenerife, burial caves still lie hidden behind thorn and rock. In quiet museums, you can still see the mummified remains of Guanche individuals, silent witnesses to another time. Some place names across the islands still carry the echoes of Guanche words and local folklore. Songs, dances, traditions still bear subtle traces of the culture that came before. In recent years, genetic studies have confirmed the presence of North African Berber ancestry in the modern Canarian population. Evidence that despite colonization, the Guanchises were never completely erased. They endured quietly in bloodlines and memory, and today there is growing interest in reviving and preserving what little is left through archaeology, storytelling, and education. It's easy to romanticize the Guanches as noble savages, peaceful islanders lost to time. But the real story is more nuanced. They were people shaped by their environment, resourceful, resilient, spiritual. They lived close to the land and sea, adapted to isolation, and built a society that lasted for centuries without needing walls or wars. Their world was small but complete. What makes their story quietly haunting is how recent their erasure was. This isn't ancient history. The last Guanche resistance ended just over 500 years ago after Columbus had already crossed the Atlantic. Their culture existed during the Renaissance as Europe began, charting the globe, and yet, within decades, they became a people.
Remembered mostly in passing in the margins of
Colonial records in the bones pulled from forgotten caves, today standing on the volcanic ridges of Tenerife, or looking out over the Atlantic from a Guanche burial site, there's a strange kind of silence, not emptiness but presence. The islands are still here. The wind still moves through the same trees, and the bones, those patient, quiet remains, still rest where they were placed, wrapped in cloth, facing the ocean. The Guanche story isn't just one of loss. It's also one of rediscovery, of looking again at the familiar and seeing what lies beneath, of realizing that even in a world as mapped and documented as ours, there are still corners shaped by cultures we barely understand. Their names may be gone, their words no longer spoken, but the land remembers. The stones remember, and slowly we're learning to listen again. Because even in silence, history leaves a trace, and the Guanches, gentle, elusive, quietly enduring, are still part of that deeper story. One not just of conquest or collapse, but of memory, survival,
and the mystery of those who came before. From the windswept shores of the Canary Islands,
where the Guanchises once lived in quiet isolation, we now shift to a very different kind of landscape. A place carved by desert winds and shaped by ancient trade. Here, among the sandstone cliffs of southern Jordan, a forgotten kingdom rose from the rock. Their architecture is world famous, yet their story remains half hidden, etched into canyons, whispered through narrow passes, and scattered in crumbling script. This is the story of the Nabotans. The Nabotans were an ancient Arab people who flourished between roughly the 4th century BCE and the 1st century CE. Their kingdom was centered around what is now modern-day Jordan, with influence stretching into parts of Syria, Israel, and Saudi Arabia. Their most iconic city and their spiritual and political heart was Petra, known in antiquity as Rakhmu. To arrive in Petra, even today, is to feel something shift. You walk through the Sick, a narrow, twisting gorge where the walls rise high above, painted with shades of red, orange, and violet. The path curves gently, the light narrowing and widening with each step, and then suddenly it opens, revealing the towering facade of Al-Kaz, the treasury. Carved directly into the cliff face, its columns and statues stand as if they were always part of the stone. It's a moment that feels theatrical, and for the Nabotans that may have been the point, but the Nabotans were more than just stunning architecture. They were traders, engineers, and cultural adapters. Their wealth came not from conquest, but from commerce, controlling the flow of frankincense, myrrh, spices, silk, and other luxury goods between the Arabian Peninsula and the Mediterranean world. They knew the deserts well and carved out routes that wove through inhospitable terrain connecting distant cultures. Where others saw emptiness, the Nabotans saw opportunity. They left behind a surprisingly detailed record, not through long texts or chronicles, but through inscriptions, pottery, and the bones of their cities. Their language was an early form of Arabic written in the Aramaic script, and many of their inscriptions still survive, carved into rock faces, temple walls, and burial monuments. But it's what they did with their environment that remains most impressive. The Nabotans were master water engineers. In a land where rainfall is scarce and flash floods can be devastating, they created systems of channels, dams, cisterns, and reservoirs that captured, redirected, and preserved water for dry seasons. You can still see these systems today, stone-carved gutters along the Sick, underground tanks near homes and temples, and carved basins high in the cliffs. It was this ability to tame the desert that allowed Petra to thrive, not just as a trade hub, but as a functioning, livable city in the heart of the arid landscape. Their architecture followed suit. Rather than build upward with imported stone, they carved directly into the landscape. Tombs, temples, dining halls, staircases cut from the living rock. And it wasn't random. The placement of monuments followed patterns, some astronomical, others symbolic. Tomb facades reflect a blend of styles, Hellenistic columns, Egyptian motifs, Mesopotamian features. This eclecticism shows how comfortable the Nabotans were with borrowing from other cultures. They weren't isolationists. They absorbed, adapted, and made things their own. Petra itself was not just a necropolis, it was a living city. Evidence of homes, markets, gardens, and public buildings all point to a vibrant urban life. There were theatres and colonnaded streets, shaded courtyards and workshops. At night, the canyon walls would have flickered with firelight and echo with quiet voices. Religion was central to Nabatean life, though much of it remains a mystery. Their main deity was Duchara, often depicted as a black stone or cube, possibly representing the god's formless essence. Temples and open-air altars called high places dot the cliffs around Petra, suggesting a connection between worship and the heights. They also honored female deities like Alusa, associated with fertility and protection. Greek and Roman influences later blended into their pantheon, creating a unique synretatism, an evolving blend of old gods and new names. Unlike many ancient civilizations, the Nabotans didn't seek empire. Their power came quietly through trade, diplomacy, and infrastructure. For centuries, they thrived in this role, facilitating the movement of wealth and knowledge between Arabia, the Levant, and the Mediterranean world. Their caravans moved steadily across the deserts, stopping at way stations, collecting taxes and keeping the flow going. But like all things, their independence came to an end. By the 1st century CE, Rome had taken notice of the Nabatean kingdom. The empire was expanding eastward, and Petra sat directly on its path. While relations between the two powers remained relatively peaceful for some time, the balance eventually shifted. In 106 CE, during the reign of Emperor Trajan, Rome annexed the Nabatean territory without resistance. The region became the Roman province of Arabia Petra. The transition was surprisingly smooth. Many Nabatean cities, including Petra, continued to thrive under Roman rule for a time. New buildings were added in Roman style, baths, amphitheaters, roads. But the center of gravity had shifted as Rome developed new trade routes, particularly sea-based ones. The overland incense routes that had once enriched the Nabotans began to decline. Petra's influence faded. Commerce dwindled. Earthquakes in the 4th and 6th centuries damaged the city further, and gradually it was abandoned. By the time the Crusaders arrived in the region 1,000 years later, Petra was already a ghost town. It became a place of legend, referenced in old texts, but largely forgotten by the outside world. Local Bedouins knew of it, of course, but to the wider world, it had disappeared from the map. It wasn't until the early 19th century that Petra was rediscovered by Swiss explorer Johann Ludwig Burckhardt, who, disguised as a Muslim traveler, convinced locals to lead him into the site. What he saw there astonished him. Temples, tombs, and monuments half buried in the sand. Word spread slowly, and over the next 2 centuries, Petra returned to the world's imagination. But even today, much of Nabatean history remains elusive. They left behind few detailed records. Their cities are known, but not always understood. Their gods are named, but not clearly described. Their rise was quiet, their fall quieter still. And yet their legacy endures. In the water channels, still etched into stone. In the facades that glow rose red at sunset. And in the trade routes that once connected half the known world. Walking through Petra today, feels like stepping sideways through time. The wind whispers through the sick, sand gathers in the corners of carved stairways. Faint lines of ancient inscriptions sit just above eye level, still legible if you know how to look. The city breathes with a different rhythm, a reminder that once in this remote place, people lived, traded, prayed,
and thrived. What makes the Nabotans so quietly compelling is not just what they built, but how they endured.
Their empire wasn't based on conquest, but on knowledge of terrain, of water, of people. They didn't need to shout. They simply positioned themselves where the world had to pass through them, and they listened. And that perhaps is what remains most remarkable. In a desert of shifting sands and forgotten names, the Nabotans carved permanence. They understood that stone can outlast empires, that silence can still speak, and that in the heart of the harshest landscapes, civilization can bloom quietly, beautifully, and with enduring grace. The Indus Valley Civilization, also called the Harappan Civilization, was one of the world's first great urban cultures. It flourished roughly between 2600 and 1300 BCE, though its roots stretched back much further and its influence echoed for centuries after. Centered around the fertile basins of the Indus River and its tributaries, this sprawling civilization extended across a region that now spans much of modern-day Pakistan and northwest India. At its peak, it was home to hundreds of settlements, some small rural farming communities, others dense urban centers supporting tens of thousands of people. And what makes it extraordinary, especially for its time, is how organized, deliberate, and technologically advanced these cities were. Long before the rise of classical civilizations like Greece or Rome, even before the full flowering of Egypt or Mesopotamia, the people of the Indus Valley were quietly mastering the art of city building. Cities like Harappa, Mohenjo-daro, Dulera, and Rockari weren't organic sprawl. They were intentional, engineered, and astonishingly modern in design. Their innovation began with one of the most fundamental building materials, brick, but not just any brick. The Harappans used kill-fired bricks baked to be uniform in size and shape. These were made using standardized molds, ensuring consistency across hundreds of miles. Whether you were in a house in Lothal or a bathhouse in Mohenjo-daro, the bricks would be the same. This consistency hints at shared standards, perhaps enforced by some kind of centralized authority or widespread cultural agreement, an early form of building codes. Their streets were equally remarkable. Unlike the twisting alleys of other ancient cities, the Indus streets were laid out in a grid pattern, often aligned to cardinal directions. Main roads were wide and straight, designed to support carts and foot traffic. Smaller lanes branched off into residential areas. The layout reflects an understanding of urban planning that wouldn't become common again until the modern era. But where the Harappans truly stand out is in their approach to public utilities. Freshwater access and sanitation weren't afterthoughts. They were embedded into the structure of the cities themselves. Public wells were strategically placed throughout neighborhoods, often shared by a small cluster of homes. Private wells were built into courtyards, suggesting both community and individual access. Each home was typically connected to a drainage system, often a covered channel made of baked brick running beneath the street. Wastewater from bathrooms and kitchens flowed through these drains into soak pits or covered cesspools located away from residential areas. Even in small homes, there are signs of indoor bathing areas, often with sloped floors and drainage holes. In some wealthier buildings, there were clear divisions between private and semi-public spaces, and some even had what appeared to be rudimentary toilets. These innovations, simple, functional, and widespread, demonstrate a society deeply concerned with hygiene, privacy, and civic order. Their water management didn't stop at the household level. In places like Dolvera, massive reservoirs were carved directly into the ground, capturing rainwater runoff and storing it for dry months. The city used dams, conduits, and even sedimentation chambers to control the flow and quality of water. methods that mirror some modern water conservation strategies. In coastal cities like Lothal, their ingenuity extended to maritime infrastructure. Here, they constructed what is possibly the world's earliest known tidal dockyard, a massive enclosed basin connected to the Gulf of Kot by a channel. The basin could fill and empty with the tides, allowing ships to be loaded and unloaded regardless of water levels. This wasn't just clever, it was revolutionary, and it speaks to a people deeply familiar with their environment, willing to experiment and capable of large-scale engineering. So how did these innovations emerge? Part of the answer lies in geography. The Indus River system and the now extinct Gagahakra River provided fertile floodplains that could support large, settled populations. Regular flooding enriched the soil, while the river itself offered a natural highway for trade and movement. The people who lived along these banks had every reason to stay and to build systems that would make life safer, cleaner, and more sustainable. But it wasn't just the rivers. The Harappans were technologically and culturally adaptive. Over time, they developed tools, farming methods, and building techniques suited to their specific needs. Innovations like plough-based agriculture, evidence of crop rotation, and the use of irrigation systems show how deeply integrated their knowledge of the land had become. There's also a philosophical dimension to consider. The Harappan cities don't show the same obsession with grand spectacle or centralized power that we see in Egypt or Mesopotamia. Instead of temples towering above the city or monuments glorifying rulers, the largest structures tend to be granaries, bathing platforms, or storage facilities, functional spaces meant for shared use. This might suggest a society that valued utility over grandeur, order over dominance, and community over hierarchy. Their technological choices, standardized measurements, brick types, and infrastructure likely evolved from necessity, but were sustained by cultural continuity. This wasn't a society looking to immortalize kings. It was one that thrived on systems, quiet, invisible frameworks that allowed large populations to coexist with minimal visible conflict. This wasn't just clever engineering. It was civic design on a scale the world wouldn't see again for centuries. But what's even more striking is what's missing. There are no grand palaces, no massive temples, no obvious monuments to kings or gods. Power, if it existed in centralized form, didn't declare itself through architecture. There are no known statues of rulers, no military conquests etched in stone. The art that remains mostly in the form of small figurines. Pottery and seals suggests a culture that valued craft symbolism and daily life over spectacle. The famous Indiscals carved steatite tablets feature animals, geometric patterns, and a script that remains undeciphered. Despite decades of study, no one has yet cracked the code. The symbols are brief, usually just a few characters, and appear to have been used for administration or trade. Without a bilingual key like the Rosetta Stone, their meaning remains elusive. But their very presence suggests literacy, organization, and a level of record-keeping that's remarkable for its time. The Indies people weren't isolated. They traded widely with Mesopotamia to the west, and perhaps as far as Central Asia and the Arabian Peninsula. Indus seals have been found in ancient Sumerian cities. Copper, ivory, beads, and textiles flowed along the trade routes. Their influence was quiet but far-reaching. Agriculture was central to life in the Indus Valley. The rich floodplain supported crops like barley, wheat, peas, sesame, and possibly early forms of rice and cotton. Domesticated animals included cattle, sheep, goats, and water buffalo. Farming techniques likely varied with the region, adapted to rivers, rainfall, and seasons. The scale and consistency of food production would have supported large urban populations. In art, the Indies people favored small-scale work over monumental sculpture. There's the well-known priest-king figurine, a bearded man draped in patterned cloth found at Mohenjo-Daro. His expression is serene, almost detached, and he wears a band around his head. Though whether he was a priest, ruler, or simply a respected elder, remains unknown. There's also the dancing girl, a bronze statuette less than 5 in tall but full of presence. She stands with one hand on her hip, bangles stacked up her arms, head tilted with confidence. These pieces hint at a culture that was expressive, refined, and perhaps more complex than its quiet ruins suggest. What we know of their religion is speculative. There are terracotta figures of women. Some believe these represent a mother goddess. Others point to animal motifs, bulls, elephants, and mythical creatures that may have held symbolic meaning. One recurring image is a horned figure seated in a yogic posture surrounded by animals. Some scholars have linked this to a Protoa or Pashupati figure. Though such connections remain tentative, there's no doubt the Indus Valley civilization was a sophisticated, interconnected society. But then around 1900 BCE it began to fade. Unlike some ancient civilizations, the Indies didn't collapse with fire and war. There are no widespread signs of violent destruction, no mass graves or tales of invasion. Instead, the cities were gradually abandoned. Trade routes shifted. Writing disappeared. Urban life gave way to smaller rural communities. Over time, the memory of this civilization simply faded. So what happened? The answer is likely complex. One factor may have been environmental. The Indus River and its tributaries have always been prone to shifting courses. Satellite imagery and geological surveys suggest that the Gajah-Hakra River, often associated with the mythical Sarasvati, may have once been a major waterway. Now largely dry changes in river flow would have disrupted agriculture, transport, and settlement patterns. Climate change may have played a role as well. Evidence points to a period of increased aridity around the time the civilization declined. With less reliable rainfall and reduced flooding, farming would have become harder. Wells and reservoirs may not have been enough to sustain large cities. Another possibility is that the economic and administrative systems that supported the cities simply couldn't adapt to the changing conditions. Without a strong central authority or without the kind of monuments that would point to one, it's hard to say how decisions were made. But if trade declined, food became scarcer or social cohesion weakened,
Urban life may have slowly unraveled.
by the time Vedic culture began to emerge in the Indian subcontinent centuries later, the memory of the Harappans was already gone. Their script wasn't passed down. Their cities were buried, and the world forgot they had ever existed. It wasn't until the 1920s, during excavations at Harappa and Mohenjo-daro, that the scale of their achievement came back into view. British and Indian archaeologists began to unearth streets, bricks, drains, and walls that didn't fit the expected timeline. They had found a lost civilization, one that rivaled those of Mesopotamia and Egypt in size, complexity, and influence. And even today, the Indus Valley civilization keeps its secrets. Most of its sites remain only partially excavated. The script is unreadable. The political structure is unclear. But there is something deeply compelling in its silence, a reminder that some of the world's most advanced societies don't leave behind fanfare. They leave systems, clean lines, practical decisions, the quiet echo of a world that worked and then moved on. Standing in the ruins of Mohenjo-daro, the scale of it still surprises. The Great Bath, a large brick-lined pool, is thought to have had ritual significance. Around it are rooms, colonnades, and courtyards. The streets are orderly, the brickwork still tight.
There's a stillness to it all, a sense of structure without vanity.
And perhaps that's what makes the Indus Valley story so unique. It wasn't about kings or wars. It wasn't about glory or conquest. It was about building a society that functioned hygienic, organized, sustainable, and quietly enduring, a civilization that didn't scream for attention, but instead left behind the kind of legacy that only reveals itself slowly through careful excavation, through patterns and brick, through symbols we still can't read. And even now, long after its people walked those streets, tended those fields, and shaped those seals, their story is still being written. Somewhere in the dust of Punjab or Sindh, in a buried chamber or beneath an unturned stone, another clue waits.
Another piece of the puzzle, another voice from the past.
And until then, the Indus Valley remains exactly what it's always been: quiet, resilient, and deeply mysterious. From the meticulously planned cities of the Indus Valley, we now cross oceans and continents to the vast interior of North America. Here, amid river valleys, open woodlands, and rolling prairies, a different kind of civilization took root. One without stone monuments or written records, but no less complex, no less mysterious. They built with earth, structured society through ceremony, and flourished quietly across a continent. At their height, their cities rivaled the population of European capitals. This is the story of the Mississippian culture. The Mississippian culture wasn't a single empire or ruling dynasty. It was a shared set of practices, architectural styles, trade routes, and beliefs that stretched across much of the southeastern and midwestern United States. It began to take shape around 800 CE and peaked between 1 and 350 CE, leaving behind hundreds of mound sites and a cultural legacy that still lingers in the landscape. What makes this tradition stand out isn't just its reach, but the way it quietly reshaped a vast region without the tools and materials commonly associated with ancient civilizations. There were no massive stone cities or chiseled inscriptions. Instead, the Mississippians used what they had: soil, wood, and a deep sense of rhythm, both earthly and celestial. Their most iconic and enduring creations were the earth and mounds. These weren't just heaps of dirt, but carefully engineered platforms built basket by basket, often over generations. Some were simple, others reached the scale of monumental pyramids. They served as the foundation for temples, council houses, elite residences, and ritual spaces. Their design was both functional and symbolic, marking sacred ground and anchoring communities to spiritual beliefs. The scale and number of these mounds speak to a high degree of social organization, coordination, and labor, all without draft animals or wheeled transport. At the heart of this culture was Cahokia. Located just across the Mississippi River from what is now St. Louis, Cahokia was the largest and most complex urban center north of Mexico during its time. At its peak around 1100 CE, it may have housed 20,000 or more people, making it larger than many contemporary European cities. The centerpiece of Cahokia was Monk's Mound, a staggering structure that still rises over 10 stories and covers more than 14 acres. It was once topped with a large wooden building, perhaps a temple or the home of a high-ranking religious leader. Surrounding the mound were grand plazas, rows of thatched homes, storage pits, smaller mounds, and ceremonial posts aligned with the sun's movement. This was no accidental settlement. The city was laid out with geometric precision, incorporating solar alignments and ritual space. Archaeologists have discovered wooden post circles nicknamed woodhenges, which likely served as calendars to track solstices and equinoxes. The urban plan reflects not only technical knowledge but a cosmological worldview, where the layout of a city mirrored beliefs about the heavens and the sacred order of the world. But Cahokia was only one node in a much larger network. Across present-day states like Illinois, Georgia, Alabama, Mississippi, Missouri, Oklahoma, and beyond, other mound-building societies thrived. Places like Etowah, Moundville, Spiro, and Conincade, these centers were connected through trade, pilgrimage, and shared cultural practices. Goods moved along rivers and trails. Copper from the Great Lakes, marine shells from the Gulf Coast, mica from the Appalachians, obsidian, and CH from the West. In return, artisans produced finely worked pottery, effigy pipes, engraved shell gorge, and ceremonial copper plates, each object laden with meaning. The iconography of the Mississippians reflects a rich and symbolic inner world. Figures with wings, sunbursts, serpents, thunderbirds, warriors, and dancing deities recur across their art. These were not merely decorations. They were expressions of a complex mythology, part of what archaeologists now refer to as the Southeastern Ceremonial Complex. These spiritual beliefs likely connected the upper world, sky and heavens, the middle world, the earth, and the underworld, water and spirit realms, with the mounds and temples acting as intermediaries between realms. Life for the average person was rooted in agriculture. Corn, beans, squash, and sunflowers were staples grown in surrounding fields. People lived in rectangular homes made of wooden posts, clay, and thatch arranged in clusters around shared courtyards. There were artisans, farmers, traders, leaders, and religious specialists. Communities were hierarchical, with elites enjoying privileges, better homes, and elevated burials. While most lived simple lives, the coordinated efforts required to build mounds, manage ceremonies, and maintain long-distance trade suggest a society with structure and stability. Yet for all their accomplishments, the Mississippian centers began to decline in the 14th century. Cahokia, the largest among them, saw its population drop, its plazas fall quiet, and its mounds gradually abandoned. Other centers followed. By the time European explorers arrived in the region, the great cities were gone. The mounds remained, but their builders were unknown. The reasons for this decline remain a subject of study and debate. One likely factor was environmental strain. Cahokia, for instance, shows evidence of deforestation, overfarming, and soil erosion, suggesting the city may have pushed its landscape to its limits. Climate change, particularly a period known as the Little Ice Age, may have reduced growing seasons and caused floods and droughts. A changing environment would have made it harder to sustain large populations. Social and political pressures may also have played a role. As resources grew scarce, tensions may have risen between elites and commoners, or between rival groups within and outside the culture. The highly centralized ceremonial centers may have become unstable as authority weakened. Combined with food shortages, disease, or migration, the once cohesive urban cultures may have slowly dissolved. Importantly, the Mississippian people didn't simply vanish. Their descendants lived on and adapted. Many of today's Native American nations, including the Chickasaw, Creek, Cherokee, and others, carry elements of Mississippian heritage in their oral histories, social structures, and spiritual traditions. The mounds, while no longer used in the same way, remained as symbols of continuity and sacred presence. Today, places like Cahokia Mounds, State Historic Site, are protected and studied. Visitors can walk the grounds, climb Monk's Mound, and stand in the shadow of a civilization that once defined a continent's interior. Though silent, the landscape still speaks. It speaks through the layout of the plazas, the tools unearthed from the soil, the careful placement of ceremonial objects, and the enduring shape of the mounds themselves. What makes the Mississippian story so compelling is not just what they built, but how quietly they did it. Without iron, without wheels, without writing, they created a culture of scale, sophistication, and symbolic richness. Their buildings were made of earth, but their ideas rose high, connecting land and sky, life and spirit. They remind us that civilization can take many forms and that power isn't always loud. Sometimes it's measured in soil, silence, and the steady rhythm of hands working together. Their legacy still lingers in the land, in the curves of the rivers and the slopes of the mounds. Though their names have been forgotten, their vision remains, shaped into the ground, passed down through stories and carried in the bones of a landscape they once called home. From the ceremonial earthworks of ancient North America, we shift now to the far reaches of southwestern Iran, where river valleys flow between rugged mountains and desert plains. It's a region often overshadowed by the towering empires of Mesopotamia to the west and Persia to the east. But long before either rose to prominence, there was Elam, a culture with its own language, its own gods, and a long, quiet history that spanned millennia, only to eventually fade without much fanfare. This is the story of the Elamites, The Elamite civilization first emerged more than 4,000 years ago in the region historically known as Elam, stretching from the Zagros Mountains in the east to the flat lowlands near the Persian Gulf in the west. This area now falls mostly within the borders of modern Iran. While Elam's early roots date back to the late 4th millennium BCE, its most recognizable cultural period spans from around 2700 BCE CE to 539 BC. That's nearly 2,000 years of history, longer than the span between the fall of Rome and today. Yet most people have never heard of them. Their story is one of persistence rather than dominance. The Elamites were often in the shadow of better-known civilizations like Sumer, Akkad, Babylon, and later the Assyrians. And yet, despite constant pressure from these rising powers, Elam maintained its distinct identity, language, and religious traditions. It wasn't a passive neighbor. It was a frequent rival, sometimes even a conqueror, carving out moments of influence in a region that rarely allowed for peace. At the heart of Elamite culture was the city of Susa, a settlement that became one of the longest continually inhabited places in the world. Founded around 4,200 BCE, it served as a ceremonial and administrative center for much of Elamite history. Its layout, art, and inscriptions show a civilization that borrowed from its Mesopotamian neighbors, but also added its own interpretations. Elam was never isolated, but neither was it absorbed. Unlike the rigid ziggurats of Mesopotamia or the later grandeur of Persian palaces, Elamite architecture was functional, understated, and often built using sun-dried brick. Their temples were places of ritual, of worship to gods like Insushak, a local deity and protector of Susa. Religious practices involved offerings, processions, and complex beliefs surrounding the afterlife, reflected in their burial practices and in temples that held the remains of royal ancestors. One of the most mysterious aspects of Elamite civilization is their language. It's not related to any of the major language families in the region, neither Semitic nor Indo-European. Known today as Elamite, it's considered a language isolate, meaning it has no confirmed linguistic relatives. The Elamites eventually adopted the Kunai form writing system from Sumer, but used it to write in their own tongue, which has only been partially deciphered. The result is a culture whose inner thoughts, myths, and everyday records are largely silent to us. Still, glimpses remain. We know they had a structured government ruled at various times by kings, priest-kings, and confederations. Their economy was based on agriculture, trade, and metallurgy. They were skilled in working with bronze and later iron, crafting tools, weapons, and decorative items. Their pottery,
often simple but well-formed, reflects a practical lifestyle shaped by the rugged landscape.
Elam's political history was complex. The civilization rose and fell in cycles, often caught in the larger geopolitical tides of Mesopotamia. In the early days, they traded and occasionally fought with Sumerian city-states. Later, they clashed with the Akkadian Empire under Sargon the Great, who launched campaigns into Elamite territory. But the Elamites were resilient. They didn't disappear. Instead, they adapted. By the time of the Middle Elamite period, roughly 1500 to CE BC, the Elamites experienced one of their strongest phases. Kings like Antash-Neparishtah undertook ambitious building projects, including the construction of a grand religious complex at Chosin-Il, one of the few Elamite sites still partially standing today. Its ziggurat, dedicated to both Elamite and Mesopotamian gods, is one of the best preserved in the ancient world. This period also saw cultural flourishing. Artworks from this era include bronze statues, intricate seals, and stone carvings depicting ritual scenes and processions. These pieces often feature a blend of local style and imported motifs, showing that Elam wasn't culturally isolated, but rather integrated into the wider ancient world, trading ideas as much as goods, and still their language endured. But as with many ancient civilizations, the story of Elam is not one of continuous triumph. The civilization entered a long decline in the late 2nd millennium BCE. New powers rose to the west. Assyria, Babylonia, and eventually the accommodated Persians. The Elamites continued to resist foreign domination, sometimes allying with Babylonian kings in campaigns against Assyria. But the Assyrian Empire was brutal and unrelenting. In 647 BCE, Ashurbanipal, king of Assyria, launched a devastating campaign against Elam. He sacked Susa, destroyed temples, looted royal tombs, and left behind inscriptions boasting of the total destruction of the Elamite kingdom. This assault is often seen as a symbolic death blow. Yet even then, Elamite culture did not vanish overnight. In the southern highlands, Elamite communities persisted for another century, gradually fading into the Persian cultural world. By the time Cyrus the Great founded the Achaemenid Empire around 550 BCE, Elamite was still being used in royal inscriptions, administrative documents, and legal texts. Alongside Old Persian and Akkadian, Elamite became one of the official languages of the Achaemenid bureaucracy. In fact, the famous Behest inscription carved into a cliff in western Iran features Elamite as one of its 3 scripts. It's a strange twist of fate, a conquered culture becoming a tool of empire. Eventually, the language disappeared, replaced by Aramaic and Old Persian, and the memory of Elam faded. The cities remained, but their origins were forgotten. Only in the 19th and 20th centuries did archaeologists begin to piece together the Elamite story through cuneiform tablets, ruined temples, and buried statues unearthed from the Iranian plateau. Today, what's left of Elam lies beneath layers of dust and time. The ruins of Susa still rise in the Kustan plain. Choazanil's ziggurat stands silent beneath the sun, and scattered in museums across the world are fragments of a culture that lasted for nearly 2,000 years, spoke a language no one else did, and left behind no epic conquests. Only the quiet resilience of a people who shaped their world with care and endured through adaptation. The story of Elam reminds us that not all ancient greatness shouts. Some of it whispers through broken tablets, forgotten dialects, and temples worn by wind. The Elamites didn't build empires that stretched across continents, but they held their ground generation after generation in a land where survival itself was a mark of brilliance. And though their names are mostly gone, their language only partially known, their story is still unfolding in excavation sites, scholarly papers, and quiet retellings like this one. They were never the loudest, but they were among the first. And in the long, winding record of human history, Elam holds a place that is quiet, enduring, and strangely comforting. Like a flame that never quite went out, only faded into the night. From the mountainous borderlands of ancient Elam, we now travel southwest across deserts and savas to the vast interior of West Africa. Here in the fertile highlands of what is now central Nigeria, a civilization once flourished in quiet isolation. Long before written records in the region, long before great empires rose along the Niger, the people of this culture carved figures out of clay with startling finesse. And then, just as quietly as they emerged, they disappeared, leaving behind little but fragments of terracotta and unanswered questions. This is the story of the Nok. The Nok culture is one of sub-Saharan Africa's earliest known complex societies and one of its most mysterious. It first came to light not through archaeology but by accident. In the 1920s, British colonial officials overseeing tin mining operations in central Nigeria began unearthing strange human-like figures buried deep in the earth. These terracotta sculptures, some broken, some intact, were unlike anything seen before in the region. Stylized, expressive, and technically advanced, they hinted at a culture both ancient and sophisticated. Subsequent studies would date the Nok culture to between 1500 BCE and 300 CE, making it one of the earliest known iron-using societies in West Africa. The area they occupied stretched across the Jo Plateau and the Kaduna River Valley, a region of rolling hills, rivers, and rich agricultural land. It was here in scattered villages and hamlets that the Nok people built a way of life that was both rooted in the land and quietly innovative. What we know of Nok society comes almost entirely from what they left behind in the soil. There are no written records, no monumental ruins, and no surviving descendants with clear oral traditions that link directly back. But their material legacy tells a story all its own. The most striking of these are the terracotta sculptures. These figures, ranging from small busts to near life-size statues, display a surprising variety of forms: men, women, animals, hybrids, and abstract designs. Faces are often elongated with triangular eyes, wide noses, and parted lips. Some wear elaborate hairstyles or headgear. Others appear to be engaged in activities, seated, standing, playing instruments, or carrying objects. Some are realistic, others symbolic. The craftsmanship is unmistakable. The figures were made using additive techniques, coiled and shaped by hand, then smoothed and detailed with tools. They were fired at high temperatures in open kilns or pit ovens, which required careful control. The consistency of style across regions suggests a shared cultural identity or artistic convention, but also enough local variation to hint at community-level expression. What these figures represented is still debated. Some may have been used in rituals or ancestor worship, others as grave goods, ceremonial offerings, or symbols of social status. Some appear to carry signs of illness or deformity, leading researchers to wonder if they were part of healing practices or used to communicate messages to the spirit world. But the Nok were not only artists, they were technologists. One of the most significant aspects of Nok society is its early and independent use of iron smelting. Evidence of iron working, including furnaces, slag, and tools, has been found at no sites, dating back as far as 1000 BCE. This places them among the earliest iron-using cultures in all of Africa, perhaps even the world. This technological advancement would have had enormous implications. Iron tools meant better farming, hoes for tilling, blades for clearing land, and axes for building homes. With better tools came surplus crops, trade, and the ability to support larger, more stable communities. It also meant stronger weapons, which may have played a role in shaping relations with neighboring groups. Their economy was largely agrarian, focused on crops like millet and sorghum, supplemented by hunting, fishing, and gathering. Livestock, particularly goats and cattle, were likely kept as well. Settlement patterns suggest small, dispersed communities rather than centralized urban centers. Homes were likely made of wood, clay, and thatch, materials that leave little trace over time. Despite this lack of permanent architecture, there are signs of social complexity. Burial practices, for example, sometimes include grave goods, suggesting differential status. The distribution of terracotta figures also implies the existence of specialized artisans or ceremonial roles. Trade networks may have extended across the region, especially as iron and ceramics became valuable commodities. What's most intriguing about the Nok, though, is how early they appear and how isolated their development seems to be. At a time when many parts of Africa were still largely organized in small, kin-based groups, the Nok had already developed ironwork, complex art, and settled agriculture. They did this without known influence from Mediterranean or Near Eastern civilizations, leading many scholars to argue for independent innovation, a powerful reminder that Africa's historical development followed its own timelines, shaped by its own environments and cultures. And yet, for all of this early promise, the Nok culture seems to fade around 300 CE. There is no known invasion, no environmental catastrophe, no clear event marking a collapse. The terracotta sculptures stop appearing, the iron furnaces go cold, settlements are abandoned, and the people, whoever they were, are no longer visible in the archaeological record. The reasons for this disappearance remain speculative. Environmental changes may have played a role. The Joe Plateau is subject to shifts in rainfall and soil fertility. Overfarming or deforestation could have led to declining yields, forcing communities to disperse or adopt more mobile lifestyles. Disease is another possibility, either human or animal-borne, that could have destabilized the population. It's also possible that the knock did not vanish at all, but instead evolved into new cultural forms that are simply harder to trace. Without written records or large-scale stone architecture, such transitions can easily go unnoticed in the archaeological record. Later West African cultures, such as the Yoruba, Nupe, and Jukun, may carry echoes of knock ancestry, but no direct link has yet been established. What remains is the legacy buried in the ground. Every year, new knock sites are uncovered, often by accident, sometimes by looting. The Nigerian government has placed strict protections on knock artifacts, recognizing their national and historical importance. But illegal excavation and international black market sales have taken their toll. Many no sculptures reside in private collections or museums disconnected from their context, their meaning fragmented. Still, the story continues. Researchers are using modern techniques, radiocarbon dating, microscopic analysis, and geospatial mapping to better understand society. Each fragment recovered adds a thread to the tapestry, helping to reconstruct a picture of life in ancient West Africa, before writing, before empires, before the borders we know today. The knock remind us that even in places with no pyramids, no scrolls, no bronze tablets, civilization flourished. People thought, created, worshipped, traded, and dreamed. They left behind their hands in clay, their fire and iron, and their story in the soil. Today they held in reverence, now wrapped in silence. And perhaps that's what makes the knock so haunting.
Not the disappearance, but the intimacy of what they left behind. The faces, the eyes, the hands.
So much personality, frozen in time, looking out from across the centuries with a calm that feels almost familiar. They don't ask to be remembered with grandeur, just noticed, just seen.
And in that they succeed.
Because even now, 3,000 years later, the knocks still speak. Not in words, but in form, in detail, in the quiet, enduring power of human expression. From the terracotta hills of central Nigeria, we drift north across the Mediterranean, where the water deepens into that unmistakable iron blue. Here, nestled between sea and sky, lies Crete, a sun-drenched island of olive trees, mountain caves, and quiet ruins. Long before the glory of classical Greece, before the temples of Athens or the legends of Sparta, this island was home to Europe's first great civilization. Graceful, sophisticated, and quietly powerful, the people of this ancient world built something remarkable.
We call them the Minoans.
The Minoan civilization emerged around 3000 BCE CE and flourished for more than 1,000 years, peaking between 200 and 450 BCE, centered on Crete and spreading to nearby islands like Thera. Modern-day Santorini, the Minoans built a society that was advanced, artistic, and deeply tied to the sea. What sets them apart isn't just how old they were, but how they lived. Their cities weren't ringed with walls. Their art wasn't about war. Their homes were airy, their temples alive with color, and their lives seemingly built around rhythm and ceremony rather than conquest. Crete was both isolated and connected, surrounded by water yet perfectly placed for trade with Egypt, Anatolia, and the Levant. The Minoans became expert sailors and navigators, and their economy reflected this. They traded wine, oil, pottery, saffron, and tin. They brought in exotic goods and ideas, and in return exported their own style, graceful art, unique architecture, and an unmistakable aesthetic that still resonates. Life on Crete likely moved at a different pace than in the rigid city-states of the mainland. Minoan society seems to have been relatively egalitarian. Art depicts women in positions of prominence, suggesting they may have played key roles in religion and ceremony. There's little evidence of kings or standing armies and no known large-scale fortifications. This absence of militarism doesn't mean conflict never occurred, but it does suggest a focus on community life, seasonal rituals, and shared prosperity than domination. Their agricultural base was strong. The fertile plains and terrace hillsides of Crete were perfect for growing olives, grapes, barley, and legumes. Beehives provided honey, and sheep and goats offered meat, wool, and milk. Fishing supplemented the diet, while the sea remained a constant backdrop to both survival and ceremony. Villages were connected by paths and ports, creating a network of trade and exchange that helped maintain economic and cultural stability for centuries. Even their urban planning reflected a sense of openness and light. Minoan homes often featured multiple stories, inner courtyards, and clay plumbing systems for water and waste. Walls were sometimes painted, floors tiled, and columns carved with care. These weren't rough shelters. They were living spaces shaped by aesthetics as much as function. The heart of Minoan life was the palace. These were not palaces in the sense of fortified castles, but sprawling complex centers that served administrative, religious, and social functions. The most famous Isnos near modern Heracleion, but others, Phistos, Malea, and Zakros, show the reach of Minoan influence across Crete. These palaces weren't designed for defense. There are no massive walls or strategic towers. Instead, they seem open, organic, almost playful in their layout, with corridors that wind around courtyards, ceremonial halls, storerooms, staircases, and residential quarters. At Kossus, multi-story buildings had light wells and open-air galleries. They featured columns that tapered downward, a design unique to Minoan architecture. Plumbing systems carried water throughout the complex. Some buildings had toilets that flushed using gravity, bathtubs, evidence not just of technology, but of comfort and care for daily life. This was a civilization that understood beauty, functionality, and ritual all at once. And then there were the fresco. Nowhere in the ancient world is painting as lively, elegant, or full of movement as it was in Minoan Crete. The murals found in palaces and homes depict scenes from nature. Leaping dolphins, blooming leaves, flocks of birds, as well as people dancing, gathering, and performing rituals, some of the most famous showing where acrobats grasped the horns of a charging bull. Whether this was a sport, ceremony, or myth, it shows the centrality of the bull in Minoan culture. The people in these images, men and women alike, are portrayed with poise, stylized hair, and elegant clothes. Minoan society appears to have been relatively egalitarian, especially compared to other ancient cultures. Women seem to have held religious or ceremonial authority. The art doesn't glorify kings or warfare. Instead, it captures moments of life, celebrations, rituals, and nature's quiet grandeur. They wrote too, but their writing linear remains a mystery. It's been found on tablets, pottery, and religious offerings, but has yet to be deciphered. It predates the Greek linear B crypt, which was later used by the Mycenaeans. Without translation, we're left to imagine what stories, laws, or prayers these symbols might contain. We know the Minoans had a bureaucracy. They tracked goods, managed trade, and kept records. But what they truly believed, how they understood the world, they didn't leave behind in any language we can read. Still, we have clues. Minoan religion appears to have centered on nature, fertility, and goddess worship. Temples were built on mountain peaks and in caves, sacred places long before and long after Minoan rule. They made offerings of clay figurines, bullhorns, and double axes. The labris, a symmetrical double-headed axe, became a symbol of power and ritual, possibly tied to priestesses or divine authority. The horns of consecration, another recurring symbol, mirrored the shape of bull horns and appeared at top buildings and altars. Despite their sophistication, the Minoans never seem to have formed an empire. There's no evidence of military expansion or conquest. Their influence spread by trade and culture, not by force. Their art reached Egypt, their pottery reached Cyprus, and their ships crisscrossed the eastern Mediterranean. For centuries, they maintained a balance, a golden age of connectedness and creativity. But that balance didn't last forever. Around 1600 BCE, something happened, something that would echo across the ancient world. On the nearby island of Thera, a volcano erupted with staggering force. This event, now linked to the destruction of the city of Akriri, sent waves of ash, debris, and possibly tsunamis across the Iron. The eruption is one of the largest in recorded history, and its effects may have disrupted Minoan trade, agriculture, and society.
Ashfall could have choked crops.
Earthquakes could have weakened palaces, and if tsunamis followed, they may have wiped out coastal towns and harbors. Yet the Minoans survived. Their palaces were rebuilt, some even grander than before. But the scars remained. Over the next century, Minoan society began to shift.
Art grew stiffer.
The free-flowing style became more formal, more rigid, and then sometime around 1450 BCE, most of the major palaces were destroyed. Whether by fire, earthquake, or invasion, we don't know. But in their place came something new, something foreign. The Mycenaeans, a rising power from mainland Greece, seemed to have taken over. They began writing in Linear B, a script we can read. Their presence is seen in the artifacts. Warrior graves, new styles of pottery, and the replacement of older Minoan symbols with Mycenaean ones. It's not entirely clear whether this was a violent conquest or a gradual assimilation. But by the 14th century BCE, the Minoan world was no longer its own. Nous, once a beacon of artistic and architectural grace, became a Menian outpost. The language changed, the art changed, the rituals likely changed, and over the next few generations, the unique flavor of Minoan culture faded, absorbed into the growing patchwork of Greek identity, but traces remained. The myth of King Minos, the labyrinth, and the Minotaur may be distant memories of Minoan religion and architecture. The palace at Knossos, with its winding corridors and ceremonial spaces, may have inspired the Greek imagination. A literal and symbolic labyrinth built to contain something wild and sacred. Centuries later, when Greek poets wrote their epics and philosophers pondered civilization, the memory of the Minoans was already slipping into legend. It wasn't until the early 20th century, when Sir Arthur Evans began excavations at Knossos, that the Minoans returned to history. Evans named the civilization after King Minos. And though that name is modern, it gave voice to something long buried. Today, walking through the ruins of Knossos, you can still feel their presence. The light falls through open courtyards. Painted columns lean gently toward the sky. Dolphins swim across plastered walls. And though the voices are gone, the sense of life remains.
Not just survival, but joy.
A civilization that value beauty, ritual, and connection. In a world that so often remembers the warriors, the conquerors, and the kings, the Minoans stand apart. They left behind no empire, no military glory, no sprawling dominion. But they built cities that breathed with rhythm. They painted stories in color and motion, and they showed us that peace too can build a legacy. Like the sea they sailed, their story isn't a straight line. It moves in waves, sometimes calm, sometimes powerful, always returning in echoes. Their language may be unreadable, their history incomplete, but their spirit is unmistakable, graceful, enduring, quietly extraordinary. From the sun-drenched shores of Crete, we now move inland deep into the heart of Central Asia, where desert sands meet mountain passes and the wind carries echoes from 1,000 caravans. For centuries, the Silk Road wound through these lands, connecting east and west in one long thread of trade, ideas, and quiet ambition. And along that road, often behind the scenes, were the Sogdians, merchants, translators, craftsmen, and diplomats who built a culture not through conquest, but through connection. The Sogdians weren't an empire. They didn't command great armies or build monumental capitals. Instead, they flourished in the spaces between the oasis towns, the trade hubs, the winding roads that linked China to the Mediterranean. Their homeland, Sugdana, lay in what is now Uzbekistan and Tajikistan, a stretch of land nestled between the Zeravshan and Amuarya rivers. It was here in cities like Samarkand, Pangikent, and Bukhara that Sogdian culture took root. The earliest signs of Sogdian civilization appear around the 6th century BCE, though their true cultural flowering came much later, particularly between the 4th and 8th centuries CE. During this time, the Sogdians became known as the lifeblood of the Silk Road. While Chinese silks, Indian spices, Persian silver, and Roman glass changed hands across continents, it was often the Sogdians who made the deals, arranged the transport, and kept the lines of communication open. They weren't just traders, they were cultural intermediaries, moving languages, religions, and stories as much as goods. Their cities reflected this cosmopolitan spirit. Samarkand, perhaps the best known of their urban centers, was not just a trade post, it was a cultural crossroads. Here, Sogdians built temples, markets, caravansaries, and family compounds. Their art blended Persian motifs with Indian symbols and Chinese techniques. Their wall paintings showed banquets, dances, mythological scenes, and richly adorned figures from every corner of the known world. It was a culture that didn't just tolerate diversity, it thrived on it. Religion was equally fluid. Sogdian communities practiced a variety of faiths: Zoroastrianism, Buddhism, Manichaeism, and eventually Entorian Christianity. These beliefs coexisted often side by side with temples and shrines dedicated to different gods or cosmic principles. The Sogdians didn't seem concerned with religious exclusivity. Their spiritual life reflected their trade routes. Open, diverse, and always moving, they spoke Sogdian, an Eastern Iranian language written in a distinctive script. It was a language of commerce and diplomacy found on documents from China to Mongolia to the edges of Persia. Sogdian merchants set up communities across the Silk Road, especially in Chinese cities like Chang'an, now Xi'an, where they became middlemen in long-distance trade. They often acted as translators and negotiators between Chinese dynasties and Central Asian tribes. Some Sogdians rose to powerful positions, serving as envoys, generals, or governors in foreign courts, all while maintaining a quiet network that kept the trade flowing. Despite their far reach, the Sogdians never formed a unified state. Sogdiana remained a patchwork of city-states and tribal territories, loosely held together by common language, culture, and shared economic interests. Their strength was flexibility. They adapted to shifting empires: the Achaemenids, Alexander the Great, the Kusan Empire, and later the Tang dynasty, without losing their identity. Their art and writing offer glimpses into this unique world. In Pangikent, preserved murals show scenes of daily life: weddings, banquets, hunters, and musicians, as well as epic tales from Persian and Indian mythology. These weren't distant deities. They were richly human figures captured in moments of celebration or reflection. The Sogdians valued beauty, but they also valued connection. Their stories crossed borders just like they did. Even in death, the Sogdians remained multicultural. Tombs discovered in China, such as the famous tomb of Anna in Xi'an, depict the deceased as both loyal subjects of Chinese emperors and proud bearers of Sogdian traditions. The tomb walls are filled with imagery: Sogdian-style banquets, foreign animals, Persian dances, and processions of traders offering a snapshot of a world in motion. So what happened? The story of the Sogdians doesn't end with a dramatic collapse. Instead, their culture gradually faded into the empires they once navigated so skillfully. In the 8th century, as Islam began to spread across Central Asia, many Sogdians converted, some by choice, others by pressure. The Arab conquests, especially the Battle of Talas in 751 CE, marked a turning point. With new political and religious systems taking hold, the old Silk Road networks began to shift. Chinese power in Central Asia waned, and with it, the privileged position of Sogdian traders. At the same time, Turk and Persian influences grew stronger. Over generations, the Sogdians were gradually absorbed into these rising cultures. Their cities continued, their trade routes endured, but the distinctly Sogdian identity softened. By the 10th century, Sogdian as a spoken language had all but vanished, replaced by forms of Persian and Turk dialects. Their script, their customs, their distinct presence slowly disappeared into the sands of Central Asia. And yet, their impact lingered. The Sogdians helped shape the culture of the Uyghurs, the Tajiks and other Central Asian peoples. They laid the groundwork for the cosmopolitan legacy of cities like Bukhara and Samarkand, which would later flourish under Islamic rule and become centers of science, philosophy, and art. Even the great Mongol Empire centuries later inherited the roads, networks, and cultural openness that the Sogdians had helped to cultivate. Today, most people have never heard of them, but the Sogdians were once everywhere and nowhere, never rulers, but always essential. They were the invisible architecture of the Silk Road, the connectors, the storytellers, the quiet bridge between worlds. And in many ways, that's what makes them so compelling. They didn't rise with a clash of swords or fall with the burning of cities. They moved through history like a thread, delicate, resilient, and easy to overlook. But when you start to notice that thread, you realize just how much of the fabric was held together by it. So if you ever find yourself looking at an ancient map of trade routes or reading about silk arriving in Rome or glass from Syria making its way to China, remember the Sogdians. They were there walking the long roads, carrying letters and spices and stories, passing through empires like shadows that still linger. They may be gone, but their legacy, like the wind on the steppe or the hum of a distant caravan,
hasn't quite faded, not yet.
From the winding roads of the Silk Route to the cloud-kissed plateaus of South America, our journey now takes us to a world of mist and gold. Here, in the highlands of modern-day Colombia, a people once flourished, whose culture was as rich in symbolism as it was in craftsmanship. They built no towering stone pyramids, no sprawling empires, but they cultivated a complex and elegant society, quietly thriving in one of the most breathtaking landscapes on Earth. These were the Muisca. The Muisca lived on the Altiplano Cundi, a high plateau nestled in the Andes, surrounded by mountains and cut by rivers and lakes. The region includes what is now Bogotá, the capital of Colombia, and stretches through the modern departments of Cundinamarca and Boyacá. At elevations reaching 8,000 ft above sea level, the air is crisp, the nights are cool, and the land is fertile. It was here that the Muisca established one of the most developed pre-Columbian societies in South America outside of the Inca world. They were part of the larger Chibchan linguistic family, and their roots stretch back centuries before the Spanish ever set foot on the continent. By the time of European contact in the 16th century, the Muisca were a well-organized confederation of chiefdoms, home to hundreds of thousands of people. Their society was not an empire in the conventional sense. There were no central kings or standing armies. Instead, the Muisca lived under the leadership of two main rulers: the Zipa, who ruled in the southern region from Bacata, modern-day Bogotá, and the Zac, who governed the north from Hunza, now Tuna. These two leaders shared power over a loose federation of towns, villages and sacred sites linked by trade, ritual, and a shared cultural identity. Daily life among the Muisca was deeply tied to the land. They were skilled agriculturalists cultivating maize, potatoes, beans, and quinoa. The plateau's cool, wet climate made it ideal for terrace farming, and the Muisca made careful use of the land, developing techniques to manage water and soil. They also practiced salt mining, particularly in the towns of Zipaquira and Neocon, where vast underground salt deposits became the basis of a regional economy.
Salt wasn't just for food.
It was a form of currency, a trade good, and a symbol of wealth and sacred power. Their craftsmanship extended to textiles, ceramics, and most famously, gold work. Though the Muisca didn't mine large quantities of gold themselves, they acquired it through trade and worked it into delicate objects using lost wax, casting, and hammering techniques. The designs were intricate, Pendants, tonos, small votive figures, breastplates, nose rings and ritual masks, all shimmering in stylized patterns. But gold was not valued for its market worth. It had spiritual significance tied to the sun, purity, and the divine. Perhaps the most enduring legend tied to the Muisca is that of El Dorado, the Gilded One. According to early Spanish chroniclers, the Muazipa would participate in a ritual at Lake Guadavita, a small circular lake high in the Andes, covered in gold dust. The ruler would sail to the center of the lake on a raft, flanked by priests and attendants, and offer treasures to the gods by casting gold and emeralds into the water. The lake was sacred, a portal between the human and divine, where the living communed with their ancestors and
nature spirits.
Whether or not the ritual took place exactly as described, it's clear that Lake Guadavita held deep meaning, and the story of the Golden Man fueled centuries of European obsession and myth. The Muisca viewed the world through a spiritual lens that balanced duality, light and dark, sun and moon, male and female. Their deities reflected this balance. Sway the sun god and Chia the moon goddess were among their most important figures. Sacred sites, temples and calendar systems aligned with celestial movements, and their rituals often took place in nature near lakes, caves and mountain tops. They had priests and shamans, and their myths were passed orally from generation to generation. One of the most intriguing aspects of Muisca culture was their calendar system. It was a lunar-solar calendar that governed agriculture, trade, and ritual life, and was said to have included complex cycles and ceremonial dates. Though not fully deciphered, the existence of such a system shows a deep awareness of time, seasons, and cosmology. It also hints at a society that valued rhythm of the sky, of the earth, and of community. Trade connected them not just to other Chibchan-speaking peoples, but to the wider Andean world. They exchanged salt, emeralds, cotton, and ceramics with neighbors in all directions. Though they had no writing system, their legacy is evident in the archaeological record, tools, jewelry, sacred sites, and burial mounds known as huacas, which were often constructed for the elite and filled with offerings. So what happened? The arrival of the Spanish in the early 1500s brought disruption on a scale the Muisca had never known. When Gonzalo Jiménez de Quesada entered their territory in 1537, he was not met with open war, but with negotiation, confusion, and eventually resistance. The Muisca had no standing army, no history of imperial conquest, and no centralized power strong enough to organize a defense. The Zipa and the Zac were both captured and replaced with puppet leaders, and within a generation, Spanish control over the region was complete. But conquest wasn't the only factor. Disease, especially smallpox, swept through Muisca communities, devastating the population. Entire towns were abandoned. Priests, elders, and oral historians perished, taking with them the unwritten threads of memory. Colonization brought new laws, religion, and economic systems. Sacred lakes were drained in search of treasure. Temples were destroyed. The Muisca way of life, rooted in ritual, reciprocity, and deep connection to land, was dismantled piece by piece. Still, the Muisca were not entirely lost. Many of their descendants still live in Colombia today, and Muisca identity has seen a quiet revival in recent years. Indigenous leaders, historians, and communities have worked to reclaim language, rituals, and ancestral knowledge. Though the continuity was broken, the memory endures and the stories remain. Lake Guadavita still shimmers with myth. Gold figures unearthed from Muisca tombs still gleam in museums, offering silent testament to a culture that moved gently through time. They remind us that not all civilizations rise with grand monuments or written chronicles. Some leave behind whispers, patterns in clay, echoes in water, threads of belief that stretch from the soil to the stars. The Muisca didn't vanish in a single moment. They were absorbed, overwritten, and fractured. But even now, when the light hits the mountains of Kundinamara just right, or the mist rolls across Lake Tuta, it's easy to imagine a world that once moved to a different rhythm. One shaped not by conquest, but by ceremony, not by empire, but by meaning.
And maybe that's what makes them so enduring.
The Musa remind us that legacy isn't always loud. Sometimes it's soft,
It lives in the land.
it waits in the stories, and it lingers quietly until someone is ready to listen again. From the mist-covered lakes of the Andes, we now drift across continents to the sweeping steppes of Eurasia, a land of tall grasses, endless skies, and the sound of wind brushing across open plains. Here, where forests give way to grasslands and mountains melt into the horizon, lived a people who didn't build cities or carve monuments, but who shaped the ancient world in quieter, faster, and often overlooked ways. These were the Sayans, nomads, horse warriors, and keepers of a culture that thrived not through permanence, but through movement. The Scythians appeared around the 9th century BCE, inhabiting a vast region stretching from the Black Sea to the borders of China. This enormous range covered what is now Ukraine, southern Russia, Kazakhstan, and parts of Mongolia. Unlike many civilizations that clustered around rivers or built walls to mark their boundaries, the Scythians belonged to the open steppe. Their home was wherever the herds could graze, and their life followed the rhythms of grass, water, and sky. To outsiders, especially Greek chroniclers like Herodotus, the Sayans seemed wild and elusive. They didn't farm, they didn't settle. They moved in wagons, lived in tents, and rode horses like extensions of themselves. But beneath this simplicity was a world rich in culture, artistry, and surprising complexity. The Scythians may not have left cities behind, but what they did leave, burial mounds, golden artifacts, preserved bodies frozen in ice, tells a story of people both practical and profound. Their way of life was centered around mobility. Scythian society revolved around horses, and their mastery of mounted warfare was legendary. They developed a light, fast cavalry that could shoot arrows while riding, deadly in battle and impossible to corner. These tactics allowed them to hold vast stretches of territory without ever needing to build strongholds. Their herds of horses, sheep, and cattle provided food, clothing, tools, and trade goods. They moved with the seasons, following the patterns of the land, always in tune with their environment. But the Scythians weren't just warriors. They were craftsmen and storytellers too. Their burial mounds, or kyrians, are some of the most remarkable archaeological sites in the ancient world. Within these earth-covered tombs, often surrounded by stones or timber, Sayans buried their dead along with a wealth of belongings: gold jewelry, intricately decorated weapons, carved wooden objects, textiles, and even horses sacrificed for the journey to the afterlife. The level of artistry is striking. Sayan goldwork is famous for its animal motifs: deer, eagles, panthers, and mythical creatures depicted in fluid, dynamic poses. These designs weren't just decorative, they likely held spiritual or symbolic meaning. The Scythians had a deep respect for nature, and their worldview may have seen animals as guardians, ancestors, or spiritual guides. Their aesthetic was bold yet elegant, shaped by motion and closely tied to the world they lived in. They also had a distinct identity despite being a loosely connected group of tribes. Language, rituals, and clothing styles varied across the steppe, but there were shared customs, Irari practices, warrior codes, and oral traditions passed from generation to generation. While the Sayans left no written records themselves,
neighboring civilizations recorded their presence.
The Greeks traded with them, feared them, and mythologized them. The Persians fought them and failed to conquer them. Even the Chinese dynasties eventually came into contact with their distant eastern cousins. One of the more fascinating aspects of Sayan culture is how well preserved some of their remains are. In the permafrost of Siberia and the Alai Mountains, archaeologists have uncovered Sayan burials so intact that skin, hair, tattoos, and clothing are still visible after more than 2,000 years. These discoveries have given us extraordinary insights. They wore felted wool, carried elaborately decorated gear, and sometimes had full-body tattoos, stylized images of animals, symbols, and patterns inked into their skin. These weren't the rough barbarians imagined by their adversaries. They were sophisticated, expressive, and richly human. Socially, Science society appeared to be relatively egalitarian, at least compared to the rigid class systems of some contemporaries. Both men and women were buried with weapons and adorned in ceremonial attire, and some women seemed to have held positions of status, possibly even as warriors or spiritual leaders. The concept of the female warrior, often associated with the Greek legend of the Amazon, may have originated with real encounters between Greeks and Scian women who rode and fought alongside men. Religion, while not fully understood, likely centered on animism and ancestor worship. Fire, the sun, and the sky were important elements, and rituals often involved offerings, animal sacrifices, and ceremonies conducted in natural spaces rather than temples. They also believed in a spiritual afterlife suggested by the rich goods and sacrificed animals found in tombs, as well as the care taken to preserve the body and soul for whatever came next. Despite their mobility, the Scythians were not isolated. They engaged in trade, especially with Greek colonies along the Black Sea coast. Grain, slaves, and animal products moved in one direction. Pottery, metal goods, and wine moved in the other. This exchange didn't just involve goods, it brought cultural influence, ideas, and sometimes tensions. Scythians adopted some foreign styles while maintaining their unique identity. By the 3rd century BCE, however, the Scythians began to decline. There was no single dramatic fall, but rather a slow erosion over time. Pressures came from many sides. New nomadic groups like the Sarmatians moved into their territory from the east. These groups adopted many Scythian traits but eventually displaced them. Meanwhile, settled powers like the Macedonians and later the Romans altered the balance of the region. Trade routes shifted, alliances changed, and slowly the Scythian presence across the steppe began to fade. Some groups were absorbed into the cultures that followed, becoming part of the broader genetic and cultural patchwork of Central Asia. Others migrated or adapted. By the early centuries CE, the name Scythian became more of a historical reference than a living identity. The people still existed, but their language, customs, and distinctive style had blended into new tribes and kingdoms. Still, the Scythians left a mark, not through cities or empires, but through movement, memory, and myth. Their influence stretched from the borders of China to the Danube. Their graves tell stories in gold and bone, and their way of life, restless, resilient, shaped by the wind, remains one of the most fascinating chapters in the human story. They remind us that civilization isn't always built in stone. Sometimes it's carried in saddlebags, preserved in song, or tattooed into skin. Sometimes it moves too fast for history to catch in the moment, but leaves behind traces buried deep, waiting for someone to listen. So if you find yourself watching a herd move across an open plain or hearing the quiet rhythm of hooves on grass, think of the Scythians. The steppe was their home, the horizon their guide, and though they vanished without a monument, their story still lingers like the wind, like the dust, like the long memory of the land. From the windswept grasslands of the Eurasian steppe, where nomadic horsemen once ruled with fierce independence, we now drift toward the rugged heart of the Mediterranean. Here on the island of Sardinia, surrounded by salt and stone, rises a mystery of a different kind, one less about conquest and mobility, and more about stone, silence, and permanence. This is the world of the Nuragic civilization. Tower builders, seafarers, a people whose legacy was etched into rock, yet whose story remains strangely elusive. The Nuragic civilization flourished on Sardinia for over a millennium, from roughly 1800 BCE to around the Roman era. Conquest in 238 BCE gets its name from the structures that define it. The Nurag circular stone towers, sometimes standing alone, sometimes clustered into massive complexes. Dotting the island in the thousands, there are more than 7,000 of them still standing today, and perhaps many more hidden beneath earth and forest. Some are simple watchtower-like buildings. Others are multi-towered fortresses with central courtyards, spiral staircases, cisterns, and outer defensive walls. The scale of construction and its spread across the entire island makes Sardinia one of the most archaeologically dense regions of prehistoric Europe. These weren't random structures. Nuraghi were built with heavy basalt stones stacked without mortar, but with astounding precision. Some reach over 60 ft tall. They would have required coordinated labor, architectural knowledge, and long-term planning. Their purpose is still debated. Were they military forts, homes of chieftains, religious centers, or symbols of power? Perhaps all of these. Their consistency and distribution suggest a highly organized society with shared architectural and cultural traditions. But the Nurughi were only part of a broader world. Around these towers, villages grew. Houses, typically circular huts with stone bases and thatched roofs clustered in groups. Some sites include meeting huts, water storage systems, workshops, and evidence of animal husbandry and crop cultivation. At the site of Sunsaroxi in Baramini, now a UNESCO World Heritage Site, a central tower is surrounded by 4 secondary towers, connected by curtain walls and encircled by a sprawling village. It's a striking example of how the Nuragic people combined defense, domestic life, and communal infrastructure. We know the Nuragic people farmed and raised livestock. They grew barley, wheat, and legumes, and they kept sheep, goats, pigs, and cattle. Their metalwork was especially advanced. They mined and forged bronze tools, weapons, and decorative items, often casting them with ornate detail. Bronze figurines, some depicting warriors, animals, or chariots, have been found in religious contexts, hinting at a belief system tied to both the natural world and possibly ancestor worship.
And then there's the water.
Sardinia's many sacred wells and subterranean sanctuaries, often beautifully constructed with descending stone staircases and corbelled domes, suggest the Nuragic people held water in reverence. These well temples were likely ritual sites aligned with celestial events. At Santa Cristina, the stairwell leading down into the well is so precisely built that during the spring and autumn equinoxes, the sunlight or moonlight will illuminate the water in perfect alignment. This blending of astronomy, architecture, and symbolism speaks to a spiritual worldview grounded in both nature and the heavens. Despite their deep cultural complexity, the Nuragic people left no written records. What we know comes entirely from archaeology, pottery, tools, burial practices, and the vast stone architecture that still shapes the Sardinian landscape. Their language is unknown. Even their interactions with neighboring Mediterranean cultures are shrouded in partial evidence and cautious theories. There are tantalizing clues, though. In later periods, the Nuragic people likely came into contact with the Mycenaeans and later the Phoenicians. Artifacts from the Iron and Levant have been found at Nuragic sites, jewelry, ceramics, and metals suggesting trade or cultural exchange. Bronze statuettes showing warriors with horned helmets and shields resemble figures in other Mediterranean cultures, raising questions about shared iconography or common mythologies. The Nuragic civilization didn't vanish in a dramatic collapse. Instead, it seems to have gradually evolved and eventually faded as external influences, especially from Carthage and Rome, began to reshape Sardinia. By the 6th century BCE, Phoenician settlements appeared along the coasts, and by the 3rd century BCE, Rome had begun to assert control. The Nuragic world, already shifting, was slowly absorbed. New building styles emerged. Old sacred sites were reused. The language, customs, and identity of the Nuragic people began to blend into the broader currents of Mediterranean history. But even as their political autonomy faded, the Nuragic legacy remained rooted in stone. The towers they built, whether to guard, to worship, or to gather, continued to dominate the landscape. Locals in later centuries believed them to be the work of giants. Some were incorporated into medieval churches. Others were left to weather, becoming part of the island's memory, not as ruins, but as ancient presences that never fully left. What makes the Nuragic civilization so compelling today isn't just the mystery of their architecture or their silent disappearance.
It's the way they lived.
Deeply tied to the land, the sky, and the sea. They built with intention. They honored the elements, and they did it quietly, without empires, without sweeping conquests, without kings carved in stone. To walk among the Nuragi is to step into a world that doesn't explain itself. A world of thresholds and towers, of wells that catch the moon, and of symbols we haven't yet learned to read. Their silence isn't emptiness, it's presence, and while we may never fully understand the Nuragic civilization, we can still feel it in the stones that rise from the hills, in the quiet geometry of their villages, and in the knowledge that long before the histories we know were written, there were others living, building, watching the stars, and shaping the world in ways we're only beginning to remember. From the stone towers of Sardinia, we now follow the thread of history across continents to the Horn of Africa, where another remarkable civilization once rose in quiet power. In the highlands of what is now northern Ethiopia and parts of Eritrea, the kingdom of Oxum emerged as one of the most influential and enigmatic cultures in early African history. It didn't leave behind myths of sudden disappearance or lost cities swallowed by the jungle. But what it did leave, stone, stelae, ancient coins, and whispers of global connections, continues to spark curiosity centuries after its twilight. The story of Aksum begins around the 1st century CE, though its roots may go back even further, intertwined with earlier local cultures like the Deemed Kingdom. Strategically located near the Red Sea, the Aksumites were perfectly positioned to act as a bridge between Africa, the Middle East, and the Indian subcontinent. They built their cities in the Ethiopian highlands, surrounded by fertile soil, rivers, and rugged mountains that offered both abundance and protection. What set Aksum apart was its deep engagement with the outside world. While it grew from African traditions, it quickly became a player in global trade. At its height, Aksum was trading with the Roman Empire, Persia, India, and even China. Goods flowed in and out of its ports. Adulis, in particular, became a bustling hub where ivory, gold, salt, spices, glassware, silk, and more changed hands. Roman coins have been found in Aksumite graves. Indian cloth made its way to inland markets. The kingdom wasn't isolated. It was cosmopolitan, connected, and confident. Their cities reflected that quiet prosperity. While most of Aksum's buildings were made from mud, brick, and wood, their stonework left a lasting impression, especially their towering stele or obelisks. These monumental stone pillars, some over 20 meters tall, were carved from single pieces of granite and marked royal tombs or sacred spaces. They weren't just engineering marvels. They were symbols of state power, spiritual authority, and cultural pride. Even in ruin, they exude a sense of calm permanence. Aksumite society was complex. At the top was a king referred to as the Negos or Negos Nagast, king of kings. Beneath him were local rulers, administrators, priests and artisans. There's evidence of organized bureaucracy, skilled labor, and large-scale construction. Agriculture supported the kingdom's backbone. Sorghum, barley, wheat, and tea grew in terraces along the hills, while cattle and goats roamed the pastures. The people of Aksum were builders, farmers, and sailors, but also scholars, traders, and diplomats. One of the clearest indicators of Aksum's sophistication was its use of coinage. Beginning in the 3rd century, Aksum began minting its own coins, first in bronze and silver, later in gold. These coins bore the faces of kings, inscriptions in Gay, the local script and language, and Christian symbols after the kingdom converted. They were used in international trade and served as a statement of sovereignty. Axum was one of the first African kingdoms to issue coins with such consistency and refinement. Temples were built to local deities, and some stele may have served religious functions as well as memorial ones. But in the 4th century, everything changed. During the reign of King Ana, Axum officially converted to Christianity, making it one of the earliest states in the world to do so. According to tradition, the king was converted by Frumentius, a Syrian Christian who had been captured and brought to Axum as a young man. Frumentius eventually became the first bishop of Axum, and under his guidance, Christianity took root, not as a fringe belief, but as a cornerstone of state identity. Crosses began appearing on coins, churches were built, and Axum entered a new phase, one that blended faith, politics, and culture in a uniquely African expression of Christianity that survives to this day in the Ethiopian Orthodox Church. Despite its strength, Axum was never a military empire in the traditional sense. It expanded its territory at times into southern Arabia, for instance, where it briefly controlled parts of Yemen, but it rarely pursued aggressive conquest. Instead, it relied on trade, diplomacy, and religious influence to maintain its standing. This gentler form of power helped Axum build a reputation not just as a regional leader, but as one of the great civilizations of the ancient world. The 4th century Roman scholar Rufinus referred to Axum as one of the 4 great powers of the time, alongside Rome, Persia, and China. So what happened by the 7th century?
Axum began to face increasing pressure from both within and without.
One of the major shifts was the rise of Islam in the Arabian Peninsula. Within decades, Islamic powers controlled much of the Red Sea, cutting Axum off from its key trade routes. Its port of Adulis declined, and with it, the flow of goods and wealth that had sustained the kingdom's influence. Internally, the kingdom may have struggled with environmental pressures. Evidence suggests that soil degradation, deforestation, and climate shifts made agriculture harder to sustain. As the land became less productive and external trade waned, Axum's urban centers likely shrank. Populations moved inland, further into the highlands, where new centers of power slowly emerged.
Axum didn't fall in a dramatic collapse.
There were no invading armies that brought it to its knees, no single disaster to mark its end. Instead, it faded gradually from historical view. By the 10th century, its old cities had quieted. Its style stood alone, and its name had largely disappeared from the world stage. But its cultural legacy didn't vanish. The descendants of the Axumes continued to live in the highlands, adapting to new political realities. The Christian faith they had adopted became a defining feature of Ethiopian identity, and the Ethiopian Orthodox Church, with its unique rituals, scriptures, and architecture, traces its roots directly to Axum. Many Ethiopian emperors claimed lineage from King Ana, and even from the biblical union of King Solomon and the Queen of Sheba, a legend that blended history and myth into a national story that endured for centuries. In this way, Axum was never truly lost. It was transformed, its name replaced by others, its power diffused, but its spirit carried on. The stone obelisks still stand in Axum, modern-day Axum, quiet sentinels over an ancient past. Churches built from solid rock, scriptures written in Gaius, and festivals held high in the Ethiopian mountains, all whisper of a time when Axum was a beacon rooted in Africa, but looking outward across seas and empires. To this day, the ruins of Axum remain a source of national pride in Ethiopia, and also a quiet mystery. We know much about them, but not everything. Questions linger about how they moved the massive stones, how their inland capital remained connected to global trade for so long, and how a kingdom so advanced slipped so gently into the folds of time. The story of Axum doesn't need embellishment. It doesn't need lost gold or secret scrolls. Its wonder lies in its balance, in how it grew through connection, lasted through adaptation, and faded with grace. And perhaps that's why it still feels present, not as a ruin frozen in time, but as a thread that continues, quietly woven into the lives, beliefs, and landscapes of those who live there still. From the highlands of ancient Ethiopia, we now move toward the Mediterranean coast, where waves roll gently against a narrow strip of land that once lay at the crossroads of empires. It's a region with deep roots and long shadows. Between the 12th and 7th centuries BCE, a group of people flourished here who are often mentioned but rarely understood. Known largely through the lens of their rivals, their legacy is more complex and more human than legend often allows. These were the Philistines. Their name is most famously associated with biblical stories, especially as the adversaries of the Israelites in tales of David and Goliath, Samson and Saul. But remove the dramatic flair and what we find is a distinctive and vibrant culture that carved out a meaningful place in the tapestry of the ancient Near East. The Philistines weren't simply enemies in someone else's narrative. They were traders, builders, warriors, and artists. They were in many ways typical of their age, but they were also something unique. The Philistines arrived along the southern coast of Canaan in what is now modern-day Israel and the Gaza Strip sometime around the 12th century BCE. They came during a time of immense upheaval in the ancient world, a period now known as the Late Bronze Age collapse. Across the Mediterranean and Near East, great powers like the Hittites, the Mycenaeans, and even Egypt began to falter. Trade routes fell apart, cities were destroyed or abandoned. People moved, driven by famine, conflict, or opportunity. And in the midst of this chaos came a mysterious group known to Egyptian records as the Sea Peoples. The Philistines are often linked to this wave of migration. Though their precise origins remain a topic of scholarly debate, some theories place their roots in the Iron, perhaps in Minoan Greece or Crete, citing similarities in pottery, architecture, and burial customs. Others believe they were a more mixed population, displaced people from various parts of the Mediterranean who coalesced into something new. Regardless of their origin, what's clear is that they settled along the coast and established 5 major city-states: Gaza, Ashkelon, Ashdod, Gath, and Ekron. Together these cities formed the Philistine Pentapolis, and from here their culture began to flourish. Their cities were fortified and organized with planned layouts and complex infrastructure. In places like Ekron, archaeologists have uncovered enormous olive oil production facilities, some of the largest known from the ancient world, suggesting not just agricultural expertise but an economy built for trade. They produced wine, pottery, textiles, and metal goods, and likely traded with Egypt, Phoenicia, and inland neighbors. They weren't isolated and they weren't primitive. They were urban, well-connected, and deeply involved in the economic life of the region. One of the clearest traces they left behind is their distinctive pottery. Early Philistine ceramics featured designs that strongly resembled Minoan Greek styles, white or light backgrounds with painted red and black geometric patterns, spirals, and animal motifs. Over time, these evolved into a style known as Philistine bickware, which blended these imported traditions with local techniques. Pottery styles are often how archaeologists track cultural influence and identity. And in the case of the Philistines, it offers a visual story of transition, adaptation, and growing regional integration. Philistine daily life, too, held many small but telling differences from their neighbors. Animal bones found at Philistine sites suggest a diet that included pork, something uncommon or taboo in surrounding Israelite or Canaanite communities. Their cooking methods used hearths and specific ceramic pots unfamiliar to the region. Even their clothing and ornaments show foreign elements. These cultural habits, while ordinary, point to a society that began as outsiders, slowly adapting while retaining a sense of identity. Religion played a significant role in their world. The Philistines worshipped a pantheon of gods, many of whom had counterparts in the broader Semitic world, but were worshipped in their own distinct ways. Dion was a central figure, often associated with fertility and agriculture, and temples dedicated to him have been excavated in Ashdod and elsewhere. They likely honored other deities such as Ashtareth and Baalzebub, blending local Canaanite influences with whatever traditions they brought with them. Their religious sites included altars, votive offerings, and figurines, suggesting ritual practices that involve feasting, song, and sacrifice. They weren't a warlike society by default, but they did become known as formidable fighters, thanks largely to their clashes with the rising Israelite kingdoms. The biblical texts, especially in the books of Judges and Samuel, cast them as persistent enemies. But in reality, these relationships were probably more nuanced. Alongside moments of conflict, there would have been trade, diplomacy, and coexistence. In fact, the stories themselves point to cultural overlap and shared space. Philistine and Israelite settlements existed side by side for generations. Some Philistine names appear in Israelite genealogies. There are signs of intermarriage and adoption of customs in both directions. But, as with many regional powers in the ancient world, the Philistines couldn't escape the tides of empire. In the 8th and 7th centuries BCE, the powerful Assyrian Empire pushed westward. City by city, the Philistine strongholds were conquered. Sometimes the cities were spared and left semi-autonomous under vassal kings. Sometimes they were razed. Tribute was demanded, independence waned, and with the arrival of the Babylonians in the 6th century BCE, the process continued. Ekron and Ashkelon were destroyed. Inhabitants were deported or assimilated into larger imperial systems. By the time the Persian Empire took control of the region, the Philistines, as a distinct cultural group, had largely vanished. Their cities remained, often resettled or repurposed. Their language faded. Their customs dissolved into the broader cultural fabric of the Near East. There was no dramatic disappearance, just a gradual erosion of identity, as happened so often in history. And yet, they were not forgotten. The biblical texts kept their memory alive, though often in caricature. The term Philistine eventually became shorthand in English for someone uncultured or hostile to the arts. A strange legacy for a people who made fine ceramics, ran oil industries, and maintained international trade networks. In modern archaeology, however, a different picture has emerged, one that sees the Philistines not as villains or primitives, but as one of many vibrant cultures navigating a complex and changing world. Their story is a reminder of how much nuance gets lost when history is filtered through the eyes of adversaries. The Philistines weren't just a foil for Israelite heroism. They were real people with beliefs, traditions, hopes, and challenges of their own. And like so many others in the ancient world, they rose, adapted, and eventually faded. Not into obscurity, but into memory, waiting to be understood on their own terms. Their legacy is still being uncovered. Every shard of pottery, every temple floor, every inscription adds a little more to the picture. And as we look back, we begin to see the Philistines not as strangers on the margins, but as part of the story, threads woven into the fabric of a region that has always been rich, diverse, and deeply human. As we leave the coastal plains of Canaan and the memory of the Philistines behind, we drift north and slightly west along the edge of the turquoise Mediterranean toward the rugged coastline of ancient Anatolia. Here, nestled between steep mountain ranges and hidden coves, lay the land of Lycia, a place of cliffs and tombs, of seafarers and traders, of quiet power and enduring mystery. The Lycians are not among the most famous of ancient civilizations, but their legacy is etched into the very rock of their homeland, and their culture, uniquely their own, offers a fascinating glimpse into a world shaped by both independence and adaptation. Lycia occupied a beautiful and difficult to tame. The coast was full of inlets and hidden harbors, perfect for trade, but dangerous to navigate. Inland pine forests and rocky outcrops dominated the terrain. It was a land that demanded resilience, and the Lycians had plenty of it. By the time Lycia enters the historical record sometime in the 2nd millennium BCE, it was already known for its defiance. In Hittite texts, the region is referred to as Luca and its people as independent, often troublesome and skilled at naval raids. The Egyptians may have encountered them too, possibly grouping them among the infamous Sea Peoples. But the Latians were never fully conquered, not by the Hittites, not by the Mycenaeans, and not easily even by later empires. Their identity endured. What made the Lycians especially unique was their strong sense of regional unity without centralization. They were organized as a federation of independent cities, about 24 or so, each with its own local governance, yet united by shared language, customs, and a political assembly. This Lycian League, as it came to be known, was a remarkably early form of confederated governance. Cities like Xanthos, Patara, Talas, and Myra each held their own importance. But none dominated the rest. They elected leaders, sent representatives, and made collective decisions, a form of democracy long before the Athenians formalized it. Their architecture reveals just as much as their politics. Perhaps most striking are the Lycian tombs carved into sheer cliff faces and hillsides like miniature temples frozen in stone. These tombs, some resembling wooden houses, others in the form of monumental sarcophagi, speak to a culture deeply rooted in ancestry and place. The Lycians believed in honoring the dead with permanence. The dead overlooked the living, perched above villages and towns, watching as the world moved on. Many of these tombs still remain, weathered but intact, silent guardians of a vanished world. Their language, too, was distinct. Lycian, an Indo-European tongue with its own script related to Luwian, but different enough to stand apart. It was used on tombs, inscriptions, and public records. Though eventually replaced by Greek, Lycian stands as a marker of cultural independence. They held on to their words, their names, and their identity long after others might have let them go. Culturally, the Lycians were deeply influenced by both East and West. They traded with Greece, Persia, and Phoenicia. Their art shows touches of Greek refinement, Near Eastern symbolism, and local innovation. They were mariners, diplomats, and artisans. Their ships moved between harbors. Their goods, timber, wine, olive oil, and textiles circulated through the Mediterranean. Yet for all their openness, the Lycians kept their sense of self. During the 6th century BCE, Lycia fell under Persian rule, becoming part of the Achaemenid Empire after the campaigns of Harpagus. But unlike many other regions, Lycia wasn't heavily reshaped by conquest. The Persians allowed local customs to continue. The Lycian League remained intact. Their cities were still governed by their own councils. Tribute was paid, but life went on. In fact, under Persian rule, Lycian culture flourished. Monumental tombs such as the Nariad monument at Xanthos were built during this period. Blend of Greek style and Lycian identity constructed for local rulers who now styled themselves as dynasts under imperial protection. This balance of autonomy and allegiance continued until the rise of Alexander the Great. In the 4th century BCE, as Alexander's forces swept through Asia Minor, Lycia was taken with relatively little resistance. Many Lycian cities welcomed him, seeing the shift in power as an opportunity rather than a threat. Alexander, in turn, respected their traditions. Greek influence increased as it did everywhere he went, but Lycia retained its regional character. It was under Roman rule, however, that the region saw both its greatest integration and the slow fading of its unique identity. By the 1st century BCE, Lycia had been absorbed into the Roman sphere, and yet, rather than being stripped of their traditions, the Lycians were granted a rare honor, recognition of their league by the Roman Republic. The Lycian League was allowed to function as a local governing body within the Roman provincial system. Cities continued to send representatives to a central assembly, and the League handled matters of law, defense, and diplomacy. The Roman historian Strabo even praised the Lycian League as a model of balanced representation. Some cities had more voting power than others, but all had a voice. This structure would later inspire elements of the US Constitution. It's a quiet legacy, but a profound one. A forgotten federation on the edge of an empire, influencing the foundations of modern democracy. Under Roman influence, Lycian cities were rebuilt, expanded, and adorned with theatres, aqueducts, and temples. The old tombs remained, now standing alongside colonnaded streets and public baths. The Lycian language began to disappear, replaced by Greek. Their gods were slowly renamed. Their inscriptions grew fewer, and over the next few centuries, as Christianity spread and the Eastern Roman Empire took shape, Lycia quietly became part of something else. The region remained inhabited, but the Lycian identity, its language, its customs, its governance, faded into the past. Earthquakes, invasions, and changing trade routes accelerated the decline. By the early medieval period, many of the Lycian cities were abandoned. Their names lingered on maps. Their tombs lingered in stone. But the people who had carved them were no longer there to tell the story. Today, the cliffs of Lycia are quiet. Wind passes through pine forests. Sunlight touches the rock-cut facades of ancient tombs. The harbors that once buzzed with trade are now calm coves. And in the villages and hiking paths of modern Turkey, travelers sometimes stumble upon the remnants of a culture that never made grand claims, but left behind beauty, resilience, and something rare, a model of cooperation in an age of conquest. The Lycians remind us that mystery doesn't always lie in disappearance. Sometimes it lies in transformation, in the way a people can endure through change, hold on to their identity without isolation, and contribute quietly to the world before slipping gently into its fold. Their story doesn't end in collapse, but in echo in the stones above the sea, in the structure of a lost league, and in the subtle grace of a civilization that chose cooperation over empire. And that, in its own way, may be the most enduring legacy of all. From the stone-carved tombs of Lycia, we now travel northwest across the Mediterranean to the heart of Italy, to a land that predates Rome, but helped shape everything it would become. Tucked between the Aeneas and the Tyrrhenian Sea, nestled in the hills and valleys of what is now Tuscany, Umbria, and Lazio, lived a civilization both sophisticated and elusive. The Etruscans, a people who thrived before the Romans, and whose fingerprints are still visible in the foundation of Western Europe. The Etruscans were not a forgotten culture. They were admired and feared by their contemporaries. Their cities were wealthy. Their ships dominated parts of the Mediterranean, and their craftsmanship was sought after across the region.
And yet their language vanished.
Their texts, with a few exceptions, remain unread. And their identity was slowly folded into the fabric of Rome until they disappeared. Not with a fall, but with an absorption so complete that only traces remain. Their beginnings remain one of the most intriguing, open questions in ancient history. The ancient Greek historian Herodotus famously claimed that the Etruscans came from Lydia in Western
Anatolia, having migrated westward during a famine.
This idea lingered for centuries, partly because it seemed to explain the Etruscans' non-Indo-European language and their exotic cultural features compared to their Italic
neighbors. But archaeological evidence doesn't
clearly support a mass migration. Instead, what we see in the record is a gradual and organic evolution from the Villanovan culture of the early Iron Age around the 9th century BCE into something more complex, structured, and cosmopolitan. The Villanovan people cremated their dead, lived in small settlements, and practiced relatively simple metallurgy. But by the 8th century BCE, a transformation had taken place. Larger cities rose with acropolises and sacred precincts. Burials became more elaborate, especially for the elite. Trade increased rapidly, as did contact with the Greeks, Phoenicians, and Near Eastern civilizations. The Etruscans adopted and adapted ideas, but always with their own touch. What emerged was a distinctive, self-aware culture that both borrowed from and influenced the wider Mediterranean world. Etruscan cities were typically built on high ground.
natural defensible positions with sweeping views of the surrounding countryside.
These city-states were politically independent, ruled by kings or aristocratic councils, but bound together by shared religious beliefs and language. There was no single Etruscan empire, just a collection of allied cities, sometimes competing, sometimes cooperating. In this way, their political structure resembled the Greek city-states, but with an added layer of mystery. They seemed less interested in conquest and more in maintaining wealth, order, and tradition. Their customs, especially around death, tell us a great deal about how they viewed the world. Etruscan tombs were often carved into rock or constructed as tumuli, round mound-like structures resembling small hills. Inside, the dead were laid to rest with care, surrounded by personal belongings, pottery, tools, weapons, and luxurious ornaments. Tomb walls were painted with vivid fresco, not of grim funerals, but of banquets, dancing, games, and music. These were not depictions of grief, but of life continuing, of the soul entering another realm with joy and dignity. The afterlife to the Etruscans was not a place of judgment. It was a continuation of what one loved. Etruscan society appears to have allowed a surprising level of status and freedom to women, especially compared to Greek or Roman norms. Inscriptions name women alongside men. Tomb paintings show wives reclining beside their husbands at banquets, something scandalous to the Greeks. Women could own property, pass on inheritance, and their family names were proudly preserved. This autonomy shocked some ancient observers, but stands today as a rare window into a society where gender roles may have been more balanced than most of the ancient world allowed. Art was everywhere. Etruscan artisans were masters of bronze, casting statues, mirrors, cauldrons, and weaponry with incredible detail. Their jewelry was delicate and intricate, showing influences from Egypt and the Levant. Pottery, too, was produced both for local use and export.
Often painted with mythological scenes, sometimes drawing from Greek myths.
But rendered in Etruscan style, these artists didn't just replicate, they interpreted, adding their own symbols, gods, and motifs. The famous sarcophagus of the spouses, now in the Villa Giulia in Rome, shows a smiling couple reclining together as if enjoying an eternal banquet, their hands reaching out as though in mid-con conversation. It captures both elegance and warmth, suggesting that Etruscan art was about more than beauty. It was about presence. They worshipped a wide pantheon of gods, many of whom would later be absorbed into Roman belief. Tina, the sky god, Uni, the queen goddess, and Minerva, the goddess of wisdom and war, formed the core of the Etruscan triad, parallels to Jupiter, Juno,
and Minerva. But the Etruscan spiritual world was dense with other forces.
Chthonic deities of the underworld, spirits of the dead, and countless omens drawn from birds, lightning, and animal entrails. Divination was central to Etruscan religion. Hero spaces, trained religious specialists, would interpret signs and portents for public and private decisions. Even the Romans, long after absorbing Etruria, retained Etruscan augurs and rites, proof of how deeply this spiritual system resonated. Etruscan culture, though sophisticated, wasn't static. Over time, they grew more entangled in the affairs of their neighbors. Greek colonies in southern Italy and along the Tyrrhenian coast brought increased trade, but also competition. Conflicts with the Greek city of Syracuse and later with Roman expansionism gradually weakened Etruscan dominance. But during their peak, they had a wide reach. Their influence extended across central Italy and even into the Po Valley in the north, where Etruscan cities like Falena, modern Bologna, thrived. Their contact with Rome was deep and formative. As mentioned earlier, several of Rome's early kings were of Etruscan heritage. The symbols of Roman power, the fasces, the ceremonial chariot, the toga, were Etruscan imports. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's great sewer system, was an Etruscan engineering marvel. Even Rome's religious calendar and temple design took cues from Etruscan precedent. It would not be an exaggeration to say that Rome's bones were built with Etruscan tools. By the 6th century BCE, Etruria was at its height. The Etruscans controlled vast territories, not just in central Italy, but expanding into the Po Valley in the north and even parts of Campa in the south. They were maritime traders, rivaling the Greeks and Phoenicians. Their ships brought goods across the Mediterranean, and their ports welcomed travelers from every direction. In fact, Etruscan art shows clear influences from Greek pottery, Egyptian motifs, and Eastern Mediterranean styles, proof of their cosmopolitan connections. It was also during this time that the Etruscans came into direct contact and conflict with the rising powers around them. The Greeks expanding westward clashed with the Etruscan fleets. The Celts moving southward through the Alps began to pressure their northern frontiers, and to the south a small city on the Tiber River, Rome, was beginning to stir. For a time, the Etruscans held dominance over early Rome. In fact, several of Rome's early kings, most notably Tarquinius Priscus, Servius Tullius, and Tarquinius Superbus, were of Etruscan origin or heavily influenced by Etruscan culture. They helped shape early Roman institutions, religious rituals, and urban design. The Cloaca Maxima, Rome's great sewer, was an Etruscan engineering feat. The Roman Forum, temples, and even the toga all bear Etruscan fingerprints. But as Rome grew in ambition and independence, tensions rose. In 509 BCE, according to tradition, the Romans overthrew their last king, Tarquinius Superbus, and established a republic. This marked the beginning of a long, slow decline for the Etruscans. Over the next few centuries, one by one, their city-states fell to Roman expansion. Some, like Veii, resisted fiercely, others tried diplomacy, but the tide could not be turned. Unlike other conquered peoples, the Etruscans were not violently erased. There were no mass exiles or cultural purges. Instead, they were gradually assimilated.
Roman citizenship was extended. Latin replaced Etruscan.
Their gods were folded into Roman mythology, sometimes under new names. Their customs were adopted or adapted. The transition was so complete that by the time of the early empire, the Etruscans had become Romans in name and practice. And yet, something lingered. In tombs untouched for centuries, their painted walls still glowed with color. In museums today, their bronze mirrors still reflect a world long vanished. Their influence shaped Rome, and through Rome shaped Europe, but the Etruscans themselves as a people faded quietly. In the end, their disappearance wasn't a fall. It was a fading, a gradual merging with a rising power that borrowed and inherited, but also overwhelmed. What remains is scattered. An inscription here, a fresco there, a piece of jewelry in a glass case, but piece them together and a portrait emerges. A people both joyful and devout, artistic and pragmatic, proud and adaptable. A culture that, like many others, didn't vanish overnight, but slowly stepped back from the stage as the spotlight turned elsewhere. The Etruscans remind us that some of the most influential peoples in history are not the ones who left the loudest records, but those whose ideas quietly took root. They are in the arches we walk beneath, the rituals we inherit, the stories we think are Roman, but are actually older still. And though we may never fully understand their words, we continue to uncover their world layer by layer, tomb by tomb, echo by echo. From the terrace hills of Italy and the lingering spirit of the Etruscans, we journey eastward, far beyond the familiar world of the Mediterranean, and into the wide open expanse of Central Asia. Here, in the broad and windswept steppe of modern-day Kazakhstan, the land stretches for miles in every direction, flat and vast and quiet. The sky feels closer here. The wind speaks softly across the grasslands, brushing past stones that have stood for thousands of years. Scattered among these plains are the enigmatic remnants of a little-known civilization, known today as the Tasma culture. This was a society that thrived roughly between the 7th and 3rd centuries BCE, a time when great empires were rising in other parts of the world. But here, the Tasmala people lived in a rhythm dictated not by cities or kings, but by the land itself. They were part of the broader group of steppe cultures that roamed and rooted themselves across Eurasia. Nomadic, skilled in horsemanship and deeply spiritual, the Tasmola left behind no written records, no monuments in the classical sense. But they did leave something just as powerful: a quiet trail of stone constructions, burial mounds, and ceremonial alignments that still dot the steppe. The defining feature of the Tasma landscape is the Tasma barrows, elongated burial mounds, sometimes flanked by standing stones. These are not the round, dome-like kyrians found across other parts of the steppe. Instead, many Tasmola graves are narrow and pointed, almost blade-like when viewed from above, and often arranged in pairs. Next to them, upright stones, meanies stand like sentinels, sometimes carved, sometimes plain, always intentional. These alignments weren't random. Some appear to mark the solstices or track celestial events. Others follow the contours
of the hills or face distant mountain ranges, as if
drawing a spiritual thread. Between the heavens and the earth, excavations have revealed that the Tasmola were a people deeply engaged in ritual. Burials are often accompanied by animal remains, especially horses, suggesting a symbolic relationship with these creatures beyond simple utility. In the graves of elites, archaeologists have found bronze mirrors, weapons, ornate jewelry, and finely crafted tools. These objects speak of a culture that valued craftsmanship, honored the dead, and understood its place in a much larger cosmic framework. The Tasmola were likely part of the larger Saka or early Scythian world, nomadic cultures known across Central Asia for their mobility, warfare, and mastery of metal work. But what sets the Tasmola apart is the blend of austerity and elegance in their archaeological record. They lived simply but not without beauty. Their ceramics were practical but often decorated. Their weapons were effective but not crude. They seemed to see no conflict between survival and art. Like many steppe cultures, they moved with the seasons, lived lightly on the land, and left behind markers that would endure long after their names had faded. The absence of cities doesn't mean the absence of complexity. Recent surveys and remote sensing technologies have shown that Tasma sites were often clustered and connected. Water sources, seasonal pastures, and ritual sites were arranged in ways that suggest shared knowledge and planning. This wasn't random wandering. It was movement with memory. The steppe was their map, and they knew it well. And then sometime around the 3rd century BCE, the trail begins to fade. The long pointed barrows that once traced patterns across the grasslands no longer appear in the archaeological record. The distinctive arrangement of stones, the careful alignments, the solitary menhirs flanking the graves vanish as if a page has been turned in the landscape's memory. Their unique burial style, once so deliberate and widespread, quietly disappears. There is no evidence of war, no widespread destruction, no final battle buried beneath the soil, no charred layers, no sudden abandonment. Instead, what seems to have unfolded was something far more gradual and human. A cultural transformation, soft and slow like the shifting of wind across the steppe. Nomadic life is not static, and the Eurasian steppe has always been a crossroads, a place where peoples move, merge, and evolve. In the centuries that followed, new groups began to pass through and settle in the region. The Sayans, with their gold-laden graves and complex rituals, swept across parts of Central Asia. Later came the Sarmatians, then waves of Turk tribes, Huns, and many others, each bringing their own belief systems, burial customs, and ways of reading the land. None necessarily destroyed what came before, but their presence reshaped the cultural landscape layer by layer, like fresh soil over old roots. And so the Tasmola people, whose
name is modern and archaeological rather than self-ascribed, were gradually
woven into the broader fabric of the steppe. Their distinct identity dissolved not in fire or conquest, but in transition. They became part of the collective memory of the land, absorbed, forgotten, and remembered again through stone and silence. Yet the physical remnants remain across Kazakhstan. Their elongated barreros still rise gently from the earth, Their standing stones still cast long shadows, especially in the late afternoon light when the sky begins to blush and the grass glows gold. Some are isolated, standing alone against the horizon. Others are part of larger patterns, paired mounds, processional paths, mysterious arrangements that seem to follow the logic of stars. There is something timeless in their presence, something that resists forgetting. To pass through this landscape is to feel a kind of echo, not of words, but of actions repeated over generations. The stones feel intentional and the alignments feel sacred. Even without written records, you can sense that these people were in tune with their surroundings, that they moved not in random fashion, but with awareness. Their burials were not just for the dead. They were messages to the sky, to the seasons, to the living who would follow. Modern archaeologists brushing back the soil continue to uncover quiet fragments. Tools, pottery, small bronzes, beads, animal bones, objects that were meant to accompany the dead or mark a moment or signify a status, now lost to time. Nothing extravagant, nothing imperial, but together they suggest a life of balance, of survival, community, and meaning built into the very act of movement. And this may be one of the most powerful things the Tasmala left behind. The idea that a civilization doesn't need writing, cities, or monuments to be remembered. It can exist in the patterns of the earth, in the direction of stone faces, in the memory of horses and rivers and wind. The Tasmala didn't build palaces, but they built orientation. They didn't inscribe their names, but they carved presence into the land. They remind us that civilization can look different. It doesn't always involve domination or permanence. Sometimes it's found in how people mark time, in how they care for the dead, in how they look to the sky and align their lives with something greater than themselves. In the great sweep of history, the Tasmala may be a footnote, but in the quiet openness of the steppe, they are something more, a whisper from the deep past. Still standing, still pointing, still watching, and perhaps that's the kind of legacy that endures longest. Not one shouted across centuries, but one felt slowly, unexpectedly, when you find yourself beneath that wide Kazakh sky. And the land seems to remember something just out of reach. From the vast and whispering steppe of Central Asia, we turn now toward the heart of Western Europe, to a place where two rivers meet in a gentle embrace, where soft hills roll under misty skies, and where a quiet chapter of history is written not in books, but in stones beneath the soil. This is the land that would one day become Lyon, one of France's great cities. But long before the Roman amphitheatres, the cobbled Renaissance alleys and the cafes that now hum with life, this was the domain of a people we know only through fragments. The Lyonians, a Celtic group whose memory lingers like the scent of woodsman smoke in an autumn breeze. They lived here at the confluence of the Rhone and Sun, where waters from the Alps and Central Massif join together and wind toward the sea. The land is fertile, the air often cool and damp, and the hills offer both sanctuary and oversight. It's a place where nature naturally suggests settlement. Plenty of fish, arable land, wood, and stone. Even today, standing on the high ground above the old city, it's easy to see why people chose this place as home. And in those early centuries, before Julius Caesar's conquests, before maps had lines, the Lyonians were here working the land, watching the rivers, and shaping the landscape in ways now barely visible. Little survives in writing to tell us who they were. No inscriptions, no myths that carry their name forward. But archaeology gives us a voice they couldn't write themselves. Their material culture, tools, pottery, jewelry, remnants of dwellings, points to a people who were woven into the larger tapestry of the Celtic world. These weren't Romans or even proto-Romans. They were independent, tribal, organized around kinship and sacred geography. The Romans would later call the region Gallia and its people Gauls. But this broad term oversimplifies a far more complex and diverse web of communities, each with its own language, dialects, leadership, and beliefs. The Lionians, believed by some to be part of the Siagusi tribe, lived in harmony with the rhythms of their environment. Their settlements likely followed seasonal needs, with more permanent villages along the riverbanks and higher ground used for ritual or protection. Life moved at the pace of the land, planting, harvesting, herding, and gathering. They cultivated grains, raised cattle, and worked iron and bronze. Their tools were sturdy, their pottery functional, but often decorated with swirling designs, geometric motifs, or stylized animals. There's an elegance to it, simple yet refined. Religion was not confined to temples. The Lionians, like many Celtic groups, found the sacred in nature itself. Groves, springs, rocks, and rivers were living entities inhabited by spirits and gods. They may have made offerings in water, coins, food, figurines, hoping to please the forces they could feel but not see. Druids or other religious figures likely held a central place in society, acting as keepers of oral tradition, law, and ritual. Their ceremonies would have involved the natural world, the phases of the moon, the change of seasons, the alignment of stars. They also adorned themselves with meaning. Jewelry made of bronze, glass, and sometimes gold has been found in burial sites throughout the region. Torques, those heavy neck rings so closely associated with Celtic identity, were more than ornament. They marked status, identity, and perhaps a connection to the divine. These people were not primitive or isolated. They were expressive, artistic, and deeply in tune with both their material needs and their spiritual world. The social structure of the Lionians likely followed a tribal model with chieftains or councils presiding over matters of land. Conflict and ceremony, elders held memory,
Warriors held honor.
artisans held skill. Children would have learned by doing, growing up in close-knit extended families, surrounded by stories, songs, and the smells of firewood and cooking grain. Trade routes passed through the region, bringing goods and ideas from across the Celtic world.
Amber from the north, wine from the south, tin from distant lands.
The Lionians were not cut off from the world.
They were part of it.
Their homes were likely constructed from timber and wattle with thatched roofs and clay hearths. They would have clustered along the hills and lowland clearings close to water but safe from floods. Inside, light would have filtered through narrow openings flickering from the fire. Meals were simple stews, bread, wild herbs. Music might have been played on bone flutes or stringed instruments, and in the evenings the oral traditions would have been passed on. Myths, genealogies, lessons from ancestors long gone but not forgotten. There's something quietly beautiful about imagining that world. No grand monuments, no sprawling cities, just people living closely with nature, attentive to the skies and the seasons, carving meaning into their days, not with stone tablets, but with rhythm, ritual, and memory. Though the Lionians weren't a dominant power on the scale of Rome or Carthage, they were far from isolated. The Celtic world was interconnected, and the people of this region would have traded with neighbors, exchanged cultural ideas, and perhaps even sent warriors to distant conflicts. Their settlements were not massive cities, but neither were they crude. Hill forts known as apida dotted the landscape, offering strategic views and a sense of community protection. But everything began to shift in the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE. As Rome pushed deeper into Gaul, the Roman Republic had long viewed the Celtic tribes to the north as both a threat and an opportunity. They admired their bravery and craftsmanship, but also feared their unpredictability. Roman campaigns in Gaul were brutal and relentless. Some tribes resisted fiercely, others tried to negotiate. Many were simply caught in the current. The Lionians, living at such a key crossroads of geography, soon found themselves under Roman attention. The city we now call Lyon was officially founded in 43 BCE by the Roman Senate as Lugdun, intended as a place to settle refugees and veterans after political upheaval in the south. But it wasn't created from nothing. The Romans, as they often did, built upon existing sites. They likely absorbed an earlier Ionian settlement, repurposing its location, its resources, and perhaps even some of its people. Lydon quickly became one of the most important cities in Roman Gaul, capital of the province and a major hub for trade, administration and military logistics. The Romanization of the area was swift but layered. Latin became the language of law and commerce. Roman temples and forums rose where Celtic shrines may once have stood. The old names faded, and the Ionians as a distinct cultural group were gradually absorbed. This wasn't a violent eraser. There's little evidence of widespread destruction in the area. Rather, it was an assimilation, a slow folding of one culture into another. Local elites were granted Roman citizenship. Celtic gods were paired with Roman ones. Traditions blended, creating something new. And while the identity of the Ionians faded from the surface, it likely persisted quietly in households, in oral traditions, in the details of dress and belief that survived long after the names changed. Today, walking through Lyon's old quarters with their narrow passageways and ancient walls, you can still feel something of that older presence. Beneath the Roman layers, beneath the medieval streets, the memory of the Leonians lingers, not in monuments or manuscripts, but in the shape of the land, the bend of the river, the echo of footsteps where ancient paths once ran. What happened to the Ionians is in many ways the story of countless small cultures throughout history. They didn't collapse. They weren't conquered in fire. They were simply absorbed gradually and thoroughly until their name became a footnote and their customs blended into the broader world. But they were real, they mattered, and they left just enough behind to remind us that history isn't only made by empires. It's also made by those who came before and by the lives that built the foundations others would walk upon. The Ionians remind us that cultural identity is often fluid, that people adapt, blend, survive in new ways. Their memory may be faint, but it's still here in the stones of Lyon, in the forgotten tracks beneath the city, in the quiet sense that even the smallest peoples leave a mark. You just have to know where to look. From the green valleys of ancient Gaul, we now travel east toward the old riverlands of southeastern Europe. Here, where the Danube winds through fertile plains and forested hills, a forgotten civilization once flourished long before the rise of Rome, Greece, or even Mesopotamia. It was not a kingdom of grand monuments or towering walls, but one of settlements, symbols, and silent, enduring mystery. This was the Vinca culture, an ancient society that left behind no myths, no kings, no conquests, just homes of clay, artifacts of strange beauty, and one of the earliest known systems of symbols in the world. The story begins over 7,000 years ago, around 5,700 BCE, in what is now Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and parts of the Balkans. At the time, most of Europe was still in the early stages of the Neolithic period. Scattered farming communities, slow technological development, and largely isolated ways of life. But in the region surrounding the Danube, something remarkable was happening. A culture was rising that showed signs of careful urban planning, large-scale agriculture, advanced craftsmanship, and a symbolic language carved into clay. Quietly, without fanfare, the Vinca people were building one of the most intriguing societies of prehistoric Europe. Their homes were made from wattle and daub, a practical but surprisingly sophisticated building method using woven branches packed with clay and straw. These houses were warm in winter, cool in summer, and quick to repair. Floors were often leveled with clay and ash, sometimes hardened by repeated use and fire. Roofs were likely thatched with reeds or straw, angled steeply to let rain and snow slide away in colder seasons. These homes weren't scattered randomly across the land. They were arranged in neat rows, some in concentric circles or grid-like patterns, with evidence of streets or pathways between them. There were communal areas too, spaces where tools were shared, food was prepared, or gatherings took place. In some sites, there's even evidence of multi-room structures built not just for shelter, but for organized domestic life. For their time, they weren't just homes. They were statements of community, intention, and design. What makes this so extraordinary is how early it all was. Long before the pyramids were built, before the ziggurats of Sumer or the citadels of the Indies, the Vinca people were organizing settlements that could support thousands. At Vinca Bor, just outside modern-day Belgrade, the scale rivals some of the earliest known cities of Mesopotamia. This was urbanism in its infancy. Quiet, unheralded, and yet astonishingly modern in its logic. These weren't wandering farmers or tribal encampments. These were neighborhoods with hearths for cooking, storage pits for food, and carefully spaced dwellings that suggest both planning and shared norms across communities hundreds of miles apart. But what truly gives the Vinca their voice are the objects they left behind. Thousands upon thousands of artifacts, figurines, pottery, tools, spindle whorls, weights, and ceremonial items have been uncovered, preserved in river mud or beneath layers of clay. And among them, none are more haunting than the figurines. Crafted with care and a striking stylized consistency, these human-like forms are instantly recognizable to archaeologists. Many have elongated heads, narrow torsos, and large almond-shaped eyes, giving them an almost otherworldly appearance. Some seem serene, others alert or in motion. Their settlements likely followed seasonal needs, with more permanent villages along the riverbanks and higher ground used for ritual or protection. Life moved at the pace of the land, planting, harvesting, herding, and gathering. They cultivated grains, raised cattle, and worked iron and bronze. Their tools were sturdy, their pottery functional, but often decorated with swirling designs, geometric motifs, or stylized animals. There's an elegance to it, simple yet refined. Religion was not confined to temples. The Lyonians, like many Celtic groups, found the sacred in nature itself. Groves, springs, rocks, and rivers were living entities inhabited by spirits and gods. They may have made offerings in water, coins, food, figurines, hoping to please the forces they could feel but not see. Druids or other religious figures likely held a central place in society, acting as keepers of oral tradition, law, and ritual. Their ceremonies would have involved the natural world, the phases of the moon, the change of seasons, the alignment of stars. They also adorned themselves with meaning. Jewelry made of bronze, glass, and sometimes gold has been found in burial sites throughout the region. Torques, those heavy neck rings so closely associated with Celtic identity, were more than ornament. They marked status, identity, and perhaps a connection to the divine. These people were not primitive or isolated. They were expressive, artistic, and deeply in tune with both their material needs and their spiritual world. The social structure of the Lyonians likely followed a tribal model with chieftains or councils presiding over matters of land, conflict and ceremony.
Elders held memory.
Warriors held honor. Artisans held skill. Children would have learned by doing, growing up in close-knit extended families, surrounded by stories, songs, and the smells of firewood and cooking grain. Trade routes passed through the region, bringing goods and ideas from across the Celtic world.
Amber from the north, wine from the south, tin from distant lands.
The Lyonians were not cut off from the world. They were part of it. Their homes were likely constructed from timber and wattle with thatched roofs and clay hearths. They would have clustered along the hills and lowland clearings close to water, but safe from floods. Inside, light would have filtered through narrow openings flickering from the fire. Meals were simple stews, bread, wild herbs. Music might have been played on bone flutes or stringed instruments. And in the evenings, the oral traditions would have been passed on. Myths, genealogies, lessons from ancestors, long gone but not forgotten. There's something quietly beautiful about imagining that world. No grand monuments, no sprawling cities, just people living closely with nature, attentive to the skies and the seasons, carving meaning into their days, not with stone tablets, but with rhythm, ritual, and memory. Though the Ionians weren't a dominant power on the scale of Rome or Carthage, they were far from isolated. The Celtic world was interconnected, and the people of this region would have traded with neighbors, exchanged cultural ideas, and perhaps even sent warriors to distant conflicts. Their settlements were not massive cities, but neither were they crude. Hill forts, known as oppida, dotted the landscape, offering strategic views and a sense of community protection. But everything began to shift in the 2nd and 1st centuries BCE. As Rome pushed deeper into Gaul, the Roman Republic had long viewed the Celtic tribes to the north as both a threat and an opportunity. They admired their bravery and craftsmanship, but also feared their unpredictability. Roman campaigns in Gaul were brutal and relentless. Some tribes resisted fiercely.
Others tried to negotiate.
Many were simply caught in the current. The Ionians, living at such a key crossroads of geography, soon found themselves under Roman attention. The city we now call Lyon was officially founded in 43 BCE by the Roman Senate as Lugdun, intended as a place to settle refugees and veterans after political upheaval in the south. But it wasn't created from nothing. The Romans, as they often did, built upon existing sites. They likely absorbed an earlier Ionian settlement, repurposing its location, its resources, and perhaps even some of its people. Lugdun quickly became one of the most important cities in Roman Gaul, capital of the province and a major hub for trade, administration, and military logistics. The Romanization of the area was swift but layered. Latin became the language of law and commerce. Roman temples and forums rose where Celtic shrines may once have stood. The old names faded, and the Ionians, as a distinct cultural group, were gradually absorbed. This wasn't a violent erasure. There's little evidence of widespread destruction in the area. Rather, it was an assimilation, a slow folding of one culture into another. Local elites were granted Roman citizenship. Celtic gods were paired with Roman ones. Traditions blended, creating something new. And while the identity of the Ionians faded from the surface, it likely persisted quietly in households, in oral traditions, in the details of dress and belief that survived long after the names changed. Today, walking through Lyon's old quarters with their narrow passageways and ancient walls, you can still feel something of that older presence. Beneath the Roman layers, beneath the medieval streets, the memory of the Ionians lingers, not in monuments or manuscripts, but in the shape of the land, the bend of the river, the echo of footsteps where ancient paths once ran. What happened to the Ionians is in many ways the story of countless small cultures throughout history. They didn't collapse. They weren't conquered in fire. They were simply absorbed gradually and thoroughly until their name became a footnote and their customs blended into the broader world. But they were real. They mattered, and they left just enough behind to remind us that history isn't only made by empires. It's also made by those who came before and by the lives that built the foundations others would walk upon. The Ionians remind us that cultural identity is often fluid, that people adapt, blend, survive in new ways. Their memory may be faint, but it's still here in the stones of Lyon, in the forgotten tracks beneath the city, in the quiet sense that even the smallest peoples leave a mark. You just have to know where to look. From the green valleys of ancient Gaul, we now travel east toward the old riverlands of southeastern Europe. Here, where the Danube winds through fertile plains and forested hills, a forgotten civilization once flourished long before the rise of Rome, Greece, or even Mesopotamia. It was not a kingdom of grand monuments or towering walls, but one of settlements, symbols, and silent enduring mystery. This was the Vinca culture, an ancient society that left behind no myths, no kings, no conquests, just homes of clay, artifacts of strange beauty, and one of the earliest known systems of symbols in the world. The story begins over 7,000 years ago, around 5,700 BCE, in what is now Serbia, Romania, Bulgaria, and parts of the Balkans. At the time, most of Europe was still in the early stages of the Neolithic period. scattered farming communities, slow technological development, and largely isolated ways of life. But in the region surrounding the Danube, something remarkable was happening. A culture was rising that showed signs of careful urban planning, large-scale agriculture, advanced craftsmanship, and a symbolic language carved into clay. Quietly, without fanfare, the Vinca people were building one of the most intriguing societies of prehistoric Europe. Their homes were made from wattle and daub, a practical but surprisingly sophisticated building method using woven branches packed with clay and straw. These houses were warm in winter, cool in summer, and quick to repair. Floors were often leveled with clay and ash, sometimes hardened by repeated use and fire. Roofs were likely thatched with reeds or straw, angled steeply to let rain and snow slide away in colder seasons. These homes weren't scattered randomly across the land. They were arranged in neat rows, some in concentric circles or grid-like patterns with evidence of streets or pathways between them. There were communal areas too, spaces where tools were shared, food was prepared, or gatherings took place. In some sites there's even evidence of multi-room structures, built not just for shelter, but for organized domestic life. For their time, they weren't just homes. They were statements of community, intention, and design. What makes this so extraordinary is how early it all was. Long before the pyramids were built, before the ziggurats of Sumer or the citadels of the Indies, the Vinca people were organizing settlements that could support thousands. At Vincabor, just outside modern-day Belgrade, the scale rivals some of the earliest known cities of Mesopotamia. This was urbanism in its infancy, quiet, unheralded, and yet astonishingly modern in its logic. These weren't wandering farmers or tribal encampments. These were neighborhoods with hearths for cooking, storage pits for food, and carefully spaced dwellings that suggest both planning and shared norms across communities hundreds of miles apart. But what truly gives the Vinca their voice are the objects they left behind.
Thousands upon thousands of artifacts.
Figurines, pottery, tools, spindle whorls, weights, and ceremonial items have been uncovered, preserved in river mud or beneath layers of clay. And among them, none are more haunting than the figurines. Crafted with care and a striking stylized consistency, these human-like forms are instantly recognizable to archaeologists. Many have elongated heads, narrow torsos, and large almond-shaped eyes, giving them an almost otherworldly appearance. Some seem serene, others alert or in motion. A few appear to wear headgear or jewelry. Some sit in poses of quiet dignity, others stand rigid as if frozen mid-thought. Their expressions, or the lack thereof, can feel both deeply ancient and strangely modern. Interpretations vary. Some scholars believe they were fertility figures tied to agricultural cycles or birth rituals. Others argue they were deities, embodiment of a now-lost pantheon. A few have even speculated, controversially, that their abstract features hint at some non-human or spiritual identity. But whatever they weren't random trinkets. Their sheer number, their consistency in style across hundreds of miles, and the reverence with which many were buried or placed in homes suggests they held meaning. Perhaps spiritual, symbolic, or ancestral. Or even more puzzling are the symbols the Vinca carved, pressed and painted onto clay. These weren't decorative flourishes. They appear again and again. Lines, crosses, zigzags, triangles, grids etched carefully into the surfaces of pots, tools, and tablets. Some items feature long sequences of markings, leading researchers to question whether they represent praetoriting, an early form of recording ideas or ownership. These Vinca symbols, as they're now called, predate the earliest Sumerian Ka form by up to 1,000 years. Some appear isolated, others are grouped with repeated patterns that hint at structure or grammar. And yet, without a Rosetta Stone, they remain undeciphered, suspended between art and language. It's tempting to imagine what these signs meant. A name, a trademark, a ritual phrase passed from hand to hand. Or perhaps they were memory aids, the visual scaffolding of an oral culture, a way of preserving story or belief in clay. Regardless, their presence suggests a highly symbolic society, one that communicated meaning, not just through speech, but through mark-making, a step many civilizations took far later. Daily life in a Vinca settlement would have felt rhythmic and grounded. The people farmed the rich soil of the Danube basin, cultivating wheat, barley, flax, and lentils. They kept pigs, goats, cattle, and sheep, and foraged the nearby forests for nuts, berries, and wild honey. The river gave them fish and transport. The woods gave them fuel and timber. Tools were crafted from polished stone, bone, and antler, shaped with care and efficiency. Clothing was likely homespun, linen or wool dyed with natural pigments, stitched with bone needles. Spindles and loom weights found at sites suggest a thriving textile tradition, probably managed by women. And in their kilns they fired ceramics that were both utilitarian and beautiful. Many were incised or painted with geometric patterns, swirls, chevrons, nested lines that seem almost mathematical in their repetition. Firing these pots required precise control of heat, suggesting not just trial and error knowledge, but a shared and refined craft tradition. In some regions, they even worked copper, hammering and heating it into beads, blades and small tools. This makes the Vinca among the first metal workers in Europe at a time when much of the continent still lived in the Stone Age. Trade networks reached far beyond their villages. From the Carpathians came obsidian sharp and black. From the Adriatic, shells for beads or decoration. From distant rivers came rare clays and pigments. These weren't random exchanges. They hint at regional partnerships, perhaps seasonal markets or shared festivals, moments when families gathered, stories were traded, alliances forged. The Vinca weren't just surviving. They were interacting, expanding, learning, and yet they built no temples, no fortresses, no king's tombs. There's little sign of hierarchy in their burials. No massive graves, no monumental architecture, no palaces or central command. Instead, what archaeologists see is a largely egalitarian society, a culture based more on shared knowledge and ritual than on control or dominance. Their settlements were uniform, their houses similar in size, their graves modest with occasional items but no dramatic wealth. Power, if it existed, seems to have been diffuse, perhaps held by elders or spiritual leaders.
No signs of war have been found.
No weapons caches, no mass graves, no burned layers. In a world increasingly obsessed with empire and conquest, the Vinca offer a counterpoint, a civilization of balance and cooperation. But nothing lasts forever. Around 4500 BCE, changes began to ripple through the region. Pottery styles shifted, trade routes thinned, settlements shrank or were abandoned. The old figurines disappeared. New cultures like the Tisa Pulgar and Bolaras began to emerge in the archaeological record, suggesting a gradual cultural blending or transition. Climate may have played a role, subtle shifts in rainfall or river flow affecting food supply, or perhaps internal changes, a shift in beliefs, priorities, or resources. But unlike so many historical collapses, there is no smoking gun, no dramatic end. The Vinca didn't fall. They changed, evolved, faded quietly into the soil they had once shaped so carefully. What they left behind are not ruins, but echoes, delicate lines etched in clay, faces shaped in abstract form.
A rhythm of life that valued craft, continuity,
and community over power or permanence. They remind us that civilization isn't only defined by what towers above the earth, but by what lingers beneath it, in the patterns of dwellings, the marks on pottery, the care given to everyday life. Much of the Vinca world now lies buried beneath farmland, riverbanks and quiet hills. But archaeologists continue to listen to the fragments, the symbols, the shards of story that emerge with each new dig. And with every piece we come a little closer to a society that may have understood something we still struggle to learn. That greatness is not always loud. Sometimes it's careful. Sometimes it's communal. Sometimes it's written not in stone but in clay warmed by fire, passed gently from one generation to the next. And though their names are lost and their language remains silent, the Vinca still speak in patterns, in symbols, and in the quiet brilliance of lives lived with balance and purpose long before the world demanded noise. From the quiet clay villages of prehistoric Europe, we now journey across oceans and altitude to a land high in the clouds, where the air is thin and the sky seems impossibly close. Here, on the vast windswept altiplano of the central Andes, lies one of the most mysterious and overlooked ancient civilizations in the world. At nearly 13,000 ft above sea level, surrounded by dry grasslands and cold air that never quite warms, stood a city once considered the center of the world by its people. A sacred place built with megalithic precision and aligned with the stars. This was Tiwanaku, a civilization that rose quietly, lasted for centuries, and then just as quietly disappeared. Modern day, Bolivia holds the remnants of something far older than the borders around it. Scattered stone blocks lie like forgotten chest pieces across the high altitude plain. Foundations of temples, worn and wind-blown, trace the outlines of lost intention. Carved gates, half-buried and sun-faded, stand alone, no longer opening to anything, yet still suggesting passage. To walk the ground at Tiwanaku is to feel a kind of presence, not in the grandeur of conquest or the silence of collapse, but in the weight of something that was deeply rooted, intentionally built and never quite gone. There's a hush to it, as if the wind itself remembers stories that haven't been told in 1,000 years. The civilization we call Tiwanaku is generally believed to have emerged around 400 CE, but the place itself, the site, the sacred landscape, may have been inhabited long before that. Archaeologists have found signs of human presence in the region as early as 1500 BCE, possibly earlier. These early settlers likely took advantage of the proximity to Lake Titicaca, with its fresh water, its reeds and fish, and its spiritual significance. Over time, small communities began to cluster in the area, eventually laying the foundations literally and figuratively for what would become a ceremonial and cultural heart of the Andes. By the early centuries of the Common Era, Tiwanaku was no longer just a village. It was growing into something far more complex and connected. Around this same time, the wider Andean region was undergoing major transitions. To the northwest, the last vestiges of the Chavin culture had long faded, leaving behind ceremonial art and motifs that may have filtered south. The Nazca and Mochi cultures were thriving along the coast, known for their vivid pottery and ambitious waterworks. In the highlands, new agricultural techniques were emerging: terracing, canal building, and the use of hearty crops like quinoa and potatoes that could withstand altitude and drought. The Andes were buzzing with innovation, belief, and shifting alliances. And into that fertile, ever-moving cultural landscape, Tiwanaku quietly rose. What set it apart wasn't just its location, but how it understood its location. Tiwanaku didn't simply exist near Lake Titicaca. It was built in dialogue with it. The lake was sacred, considered by many Andean cultures to be the birthplace of the sun, the moon, and humanity itself. Tiwanaku's designers aligned structures with the solstices, its courtyards with the movements of the stars, and its gateways with the path of the sun. Even the layout of the city, some researchers argue, reflects cosmic order, a kind of three-tiered worldview: the heavens above, the living world, and the underworld. By 500 CE, Tiwanaku had become a ceremonial center of enormous importance, not because of military dominance, but because of spiritual gravity. People came from hundreds of kilometers away, not just to trade, but to participate in rituals, to bring offerings, and to carry home the beliefs and aesthetic of the city. This model, spreading culture through shared ideology rather than force, made Tiwanaku's influence widespread and durable. Its empire, if we can call it that, didn't expand like Rome or Persia. It didn't raise armies to conquer neighbors. Instead, it offered something others wanted to be part of, a shared vision of the sacred supported by agricultural innovation, ritual architecture, and symbolic power. The ceremonial complex served as a gathering place for diverse communities. Offerings were left in sunken courts. Processions likely followed pathways of carved stone. Deities were invoked with music, textiles, and drink. And all the while, the city expanded not chaotically, but with purpose. Tiwanaku was not the only culture in the Andes at this time. It coexisted, sometimes overlapping with groups like the Wari to the north, who would later build their own expansive system. But what makes Tiwanaku stand out is how early it rose to prominence and how long it remained important, without becoming militarized or centralized in the traditional sense. The civilization's origins, nestled between myth and archaeology, are still not fully understood. The earliest monumental construction appears around 200 BCE, but it's unclear whether this reflects a single cultural group or a gradual synthesis of smaller traditions. What we do know is that over the following centuries, the site grew in complexity and the style we now associate with Tiwanaku. Monolithic doorways, precise stonework, iconography of gods and animals, sunken ceremonial plazas began to take shape. And it wasn't just the structures. The people of Tiwanaku developed a visual language. Motifs of condors, pumas, and the staff god, an androgynous figure holding ceremonial staffs and radiating lines from the head. These images recur across pottery, textiles, and stone, reinforcing a shared identity that stretched across regions and landscapes. This symbolic system helped bind together a population spread across highlands, valleys, and coastal plains. And its heart was the city of Tiwanaku itself. Located near the southern shore of Lake Titicaca, the highest navigable lake in the world. Even today, it's an unusual place to build a city. The climate is harsh. Frost is common even in summer. The growing season is short. But the people who settled here didn't just adapt, they thrived. They engineered raised fields, sukakus, to trap heat during the day and release it at night, protecting crops from freezing. These fields were separated by canals that helped irrigate and control moisture. This system was remarkably effective, allowing them to farm potatoes, quinoa, and other staples at altitudes where agriculture should have failed. In fact, some modern researchers have experimented with recreating these ancient methods and found them just as viable today. The city itself was a marvel of Andean stonework. Without mortar, without wheels, without iron tools, Tiwanaku's builders fit enormous blocks of stone together with astonishing precision. Stones weighing tons were carved, shaped, and moved from quarries miles away, some over 80 kilometers. Their surfaces were smoothed and leveled, their angles cut to exacting standards. Many still align perfectly today. At the center of it all stood the Apana Pyramid, a massive step structure that functioned as a ceremonial center and possibly an astronomical observatory. Nearby lay the Kalisasaya, a large rectangular temple surrounded by tall stone pillars. Inside it sits the Gateway of the Sun, one of the most iconic and enigmatic pieces of Andean architecture, a carved monolith depicting a central deity with rays around its head, often identified as Vera Kucha, the creator god. Every part of Tiwanaku seems built with a purpose beyond the purely practical. Doorways frame the rising sun at solstice. Platforms align with celestial events. Carvings depict not just gods and animals, but complex symbols whose meanings are still debated. This was a culture that looked both inward and upward, deeply spiritual, yet grounded in earth and stone. Unlike the hierarchical empires that came later, Tiwanaku doesn't appear to have had a central king or military dominance. Instead, its influence spread through religious pilgrimage, agricultural innovation, and cultural adoption. Its art, pottery, and architecture appear across a wide region, suggesting not conquest but respect and shared belief. Pilgrims and emissaries came to Tiwanaku from far beyond the high plain, returning home with its styles and stories. Daily life here was likely centered around farming, crafting, and communal ceremonies. Artifacts show a society rich in textiles, ceramics, and metalwork, copper, bronze, and even gold. Their ceramics are particularly striking. Bold shapes, stylized faces, and vibrant colors that suggest both utility and symbolism. Their textiles, though fewer have survived, were detailed and colorful, likely used in rituals and status display. But by around 1000 CE, something began to change. The fields were no longer as productive. Trade declined. The population began to shrink and the great ceremonial centers were gradually abandoned. By 1150 CE, Tiwanaku as a power was gone. What caused this slow fading is still debated. Climate change is one possibility. Droughts may have struck the region, making agriculture increasingly difficult. Others suggest internal disruption or the gradual erosion of belief systems that once held the culture together. There's no sign of a foreign invasion, no great fire or final battle. Like the Vinca, the Tiwanaku civilization seems to have ended not in collapse but in transformation. Its people didn't vanish. They moved, adapted, and became part of the cultures that followed. Elements of Tiwanaku lived on in the Inca, who revered Lake Titicaca and adopted Viracha into their own mythology. Some communities near the lake today still preserve traditions that echo Tiwanaku's legacy in agriculture, in festivals, in the way they speak of the land. Today, the ruins of Tiwanaku remain a place of pilgrimage, not just for archaeologists, but for those seeking connection with a deeper, older Andean world. It's a place where time moves slowly, where stone still speaks, and where the silence isn't empty. It's full of stories that haven't yet been fully uncovered. In the chill of morning or under the gold of evening sun, you can stand where thousands once gathered to honor the gods, where priests looked to the stars and where builders shaped stone with patience and purpose. The Tiwanaku people may be gone, but they left behind more than ruins. They left behind a feeling, the quiet certainty that high above the world, a civilization once flourished with wisdom and grace. From the heights of the Andes and the windswept plains of Bolivia, we now travel to the edge of the Sahara, to a place where sand dunes ripple like waves across a vast golden ocean. Here in one of the harshest landscapes on Earth, an ancient civilization once carved out a life not just of survival, but of surprising sophistication. Beneath the scorching sun and open skies of southern Libya, the Garamantes built cities, cultivated crops, and engineered an underground water system so advanced it still inspires engineers today. And yet for centuries, they were little more than a footnote in the writings of others, a name at the edge of Roman maps. Desert people, nomads, raiders, until archaeology began to peel back the sand. The Gamontes weren't mythical, they were real, a desert kingdom flourishing at a time when most would assume such a place was uninhabitable. And their story, what we know of it, offers a rare glimpse into a civilization that lived quietly, cleverly, and confidently in one of the most unforgiving corners of the ancient world. The heart of their world was the Pheasant region, a broad sun-bleached basin tucked into the southwest corner of what is now Libya. Today, the word Sahara conjures images of emptiness, wind-blown dunes, lifeless expanses, endless heat. But it wasn't always that way. Thousands of years before the Garamantes left their mark, this land was alive with water, vegetation, and movement between roughly 8,000 and 30,000 BCE. What we now call the Sahara was a lush savanna filled with lakes, rivers, and grasslands. Rock art from this period, still visible on cave walls and sandstone cliffs, shows scenes of giraffes, hippos, and cattle. Wildlife now long vanished from the region as the African humid period came to an end and the climate began to dry out around 3000 BCE. the green faded, rainfall declined, lakes shrank or disappeared entirely. The Sahara began its transformation into the desert we know today, but people didn't vanish along with the water.
They adapted.
They moved with the shifting climate, developed new strategies, and held on to pockets of arable land where underground aquifers could still be accessed. It was out of this slow, challenging transformation that the ancestors of the Garamantes began to take shape. By the 2nd millennium BCE, archaeological evidence points to a growing number of settled communities in the Fedzan. These early groups were not yet the Garamantes in name, but they were laying the cultural and technological foundations. They herded cattle and goats, cultivated millet, and began building the early forms of folgaras, the underground irrigation tunnels that would later define Garamantian engineering. Burial mounds and underary structures from this period show increasing social complexity. Some tombs were simple stone enclosures, others were elaborate multi-roomed constructions suggesting hierarchy, tradition, and a growing sense of identity. Meanwhile, beyond the Pheasant, the wider region was stirring. To the north, Carthage was rising, a powerful city of Phoenician origin that would eventually rival Rome. Further east, Egypt was experiencing the later phases of its new kingdom, sending traders, armies, and influence far beyond the Nile. In the Levant, the Iron Age was reshaping tools, warfare, and agriculture. The Mediterranean world was becoming more connected, more urban, more dynamic. And while the Pheasant was remote, it wasn't cut off. The desert was never a wall. It was a corridor, and the peoples who learned how to move across it could link distant worlds together. By around 900 to 800 BCE, the cultural outlines of the Garamantes began to come into sharper focus. The archaeological record shows settlements growing in scale and sophistication. Tombs became more standardized. Pottery styles began to show consistent regional forms, and evidence of trade, beads, metals, and imported ceramics suggested the Fezzisan was no longer just surviving, but participating in a wider economic and cultural web. These early Garamantes were mastering their environment. They understood where to dig, how to build, and how to travel across the sands. Then around 500 BCE, the Garamantes truly emerged as a distinct and organized culture. Their capital, Grumamar, rose in importance, a central settlement with stone architecture, workshops, and burial grounds that would eventually serve as the heart of a kingdom. But even Grumamar wasn't an isolated capital. It was the hub of a network. Archaeologists have identified dozens of other Garamantian towns and settlements across the Fan, some spaced strategically near fog systems, others perched near caravan routes. And by this time, the Garamantes were not only building for themselves, they were facilitating contact between empires. Traders from sub-Saharan Africa brought gold, ivory, ostrich feathers, and enslaved people northward, often through Garamantian intermediaries. In return, Mediterranean goods, glass, olive oil, ceramics, and metal moved southward. These exchanges weren't just economic. They carried ideas, languages, and artistic styles, enriching Garamantian society and expanding its reach. Even Roman authors writing from faraway villas and military posts took note, though they often misunderstood or caricatured the Garamantes, calling them barbarians or desert raiders. They still recognized them as a distinct people. Pliny the Elder described them as swift-moving charioteers who lived deep in the interior. Herodotus mentioned them centuries earlier, noting their cattle and unusual customs. These glimpses are fragmentary, but they hint at a truth later confirmed by archaeology, that the Garamantes were not a forgotten tribe clinging to survival in the sand. They were urban, organized, and influential, a desert power with its own trajectory. So by the time we speak of the Garamantes as a kingdom around 500 BCE and into the first few centuries of the Common Era, we are looking at the culmination of over a millennium of adaptation, invention, and identity building. They were not the product of isolation but of interaction between climate and innovation, between the Mediterranean and Africa, between survival and vision. What made all of this possible was water. Not rain, which was rare, but fossil water trapped underground in ancient aquifers. To access it, the Guamontes developed a system known as fogaras, underground tunnels that tapped into the water table and gently sloped downhill, allowing gravity to draw water to the surface without evaporation. These channels, sometimes stretching for miles, were dug by hand and reinforced with stone. It was back-breaking work, but it worked. The fogaras fed wells, irrigated fields, and allowed date palms, grapes, wheat, and barley to grow where, by all appearances, nothing should. In the midst of the desert, the Garamantes created green spaces, artificial oases where orchards and gardens bloomed, and around them, life took shape. Families lived in mud brick homes, pottery was made and traded. Livestock were raised, especially goats and camels. And people gathered not just to survive, but to live, to work, to celebrate, to bury their dead with care in cemeteries that spanned generations. They weren't isolated either. The Garamantes sat at the crossroads of ancient trade. Caravans crossed the Sahara with gold, ivory, slaves, salt, and glass. To the north lay the Mediterranean, Rome, Carthage, and the cities of the coast. To the south were sub-Saharan cultures whose goods and influences traveled northward. The Garamantes were the middlemen, the link between worlds. Their own kingdom benefited from this position, growing wealthy on exchange and control of routes. They traded with the Romans, not just goods, but ideas, materials, and even architecture.
And yet they remained distinct.
Their language is still not fully understood. Traces of it exist, written in a Libico-Berber script, but no full texts survive. Their art was modest but expressive. Their tombs, thousands of them, dot the landscape in carefully built mounds. Their walls made of stone or clay encircled towns, but not in fear. They suggest boundaries, not fortresses. This was a people at home in their land. The Garamantes were not without conflict, though. Roman sources, particularly Herodotus and later Plenty, describe them as warriors, fast-moving and elusive, masters of chariots and desert raids. These accounts may exaggerate, but there's evidence that the Garamantes did conduct occasional raids on Roman frontiers and may have clashed with neighboring tribes, but more often than not, they thrived through trade and diplomacy, not war. Their society appears to have had clear structure. There were elites, those who controlled the fogueras, the trade routes, and the agricultural lands. And there were workers, those who built, dug, and farmed. Some evidence points to a stratified society, possibly including enslaved labor, particularly for the construction of the fogaras. But overall, the archaeological record suggests a relatively stable way of life sustained over centuries. At its peak between 100 CE and 400 CE, the Garamantian kingdom may have supported tens of thousands of people across dozens of settlements, and for a time they were known. Roman records mention treaties, skirmishes, and even Garamantes attending Roman events. Their goods were found far from the desert, proof that this hidden kingdom was more visible than we once thought. But eventually the rhythm changed. Around the 5th century CE, the foggers began to fall into disrepair. Some dried up, others were abandoned. Trade routes shifted. The rise of powerful Islamic empires in North Africa changed the flow of goods and people, and the desert, always waiting, began to reclaim what had been carved from it. Fields turned back to sand, towns emptied, walls crumbled, and Gurama, once the desert's quiet capital, faded into ruins. The reasons for the Garamantes' decline are still being studied. Climate change likely played a role. Dry spells may have made it harder to maintain crops and livestock. Political shifts in the Mediterranean world may have cut them off from essential trade. Or perhaps, like many long-lived cultures, their systems simply reached their limit, unable to adapt fast enough to the pace of change. But as with Tiwanaku or the Indus Valley, there is no single moment of collapse, just a slow, quiet fading. Today, the legacy of the Garamantes lies beneath sand and silence. Their tombs, now just low hills in the desert, hold the remains of a people who built life in a place most would flee. Their fogueras, though long dry, still trace invisible lines beneath the soil. And their capital, grammar, though reduced to dust and stone, still speaks in ruins, in shards of pottery, in the slow work of archaeologists brushing history from beneath centuries of drift. They remind us that civilization doesn't always mean grandeur. Sometimes it means adaptation, endurance, and quiet ingenuity. The Garamantes didn't carve their names into marble, but into earth and water, carving a home out of impossibility. From the heat of the Libyan sands, we now step into a land of rolling mists and ancient stone, where the wind carries the scent of moss and peat, and where hills rise green and quiet under brooding skies. Northern Scotland, in its remote beauty, holds the memory of a people whose name still stirs curiosity. The Picts, warriors, farmers, artists, and rulers. They lived along the edge of the known world, not beyond civilization, but within their own version of it. Hidden in the forests and hills, in villages and strongholds, in symbols carved deep into stone. The Picts were not strangers to history. They were known to the Romans, who encountered them at the restless northern edge of their empire, beyond Hadrian's Wall in a land of fog, heather, and stone. Roman chroniclers didn't understand them, but they feared them. They described them as elusive, fierce, and untamed warriors who emerged from forests and hills to strike hard, then vanished just as quickly into terrain the legions could never quite master. And yet, beyond this outsur's view, the Picts had a life of their own, a culture rooted not in chaos but in continuity, a world with its own rules, its own rhythms, and its own way of keeping history, not in books but in stone and memory. They left no scrolls or detailed chronicles, no libraries, but they did leave fragments, subtle, enduring markers of who they were. Earthwork forts, timber palisades, and ancient causeways now overgrown. Carved stones left standing where they were placed centuries ago, their symbols still sharp against wind-worn granite. Even the place names across northern and eastern Scotland like Aberdeenere, Fortriu, and Stratha whisper the sounds of a language no longer spoken, the faded syllables of a people whose voice has quieted but not disappeared. The name Picti, meaning the painted ones, was given to them by the Romans, possibly a reference to the practice of tattooing or painting the skin with plant-based dyes like weed. The image stuck, becoming part of the mythology around the Picts.
Wild men of the
North marked for battle emerging from the mist. But this was more projection than truth. To themselves, they may have had many names, tribal identities tied to local regions, kin groups, or sacred places. They weren't a single kingdom, especially in their early history, but a constellation of small, independent polities scattered across the east and north of what is now Scotland. Each of these communities had its own leadership, likely drawn from noble families or warrior elites. But they shared customs, languages, and spiritual traditions. They built alliances, feuded, exchanged gifts, and intermarried, bound not by a single ruler, but by a loose cultural unity that helped them survive in a landscape both beautiful and unforgiving. Their homeland was rich in resources but difficult. Rolling hills, rocky coasts, thick forests, and narrow glens shaped their daily lives. Farming was possible, but not always easy. The Picts raised cattle, sheep, and pigs, cultivated hearty crops like barley and oats, and supplemented their diet with fishing, foraging, and hunting. Their settlements were often modest, clusters of roundhouses with thatched roofs, wattle and daub walls, and central hearths. These were places of warmth and smoke, of close-knit families, of quiet evenings spent crafting, mending, and storytelling. But the Picts also built brocks, massive circular stone towers found across the northern highlands and islands. Some stood alone while others were part of larger complexes. Their exact purpose is still debated. They may have been dwellings, defensive strongholds, or status symbols. But their construction without mortar, using carefully fitted stones, is a testament to the Picts' engineering skill and attention to place. Even now, many still stand their spiral staircases and thick walls, speaking of a people who built with permanence in mind. As a society, the Picts were very social. They traded with their neighbours both near and far. Artifacts found at Pictish sites include Roman glass, metal tools, imported ceramics, and evidence of long distance exchange. This wasn't a world cut off from Europe, but one that participated in it on its own terms. They likely traded hides, animal products, honey, and slaves, and may have served as intermediaries between the northern tribes and southern kingdoms. Their religion before Christianity arrived was likely animistic, a worldview in which nature itself was sacred. Forests had spirits. Stones held memory. Water was not just for drinking, but for offerings. Ceremonial sites like standing stones, canals, and sacred wells suggest a spiritual landscape woven into everyday life. Druids or spiritual leaders may have guided rituals, served as healers, and mediated with the unseen world. And when Christianity arrived in the 6th and 7th centuries, it didn't erase this world entirely. It layered onto it, reshaping it gradually, blending old beliefs with new. Perhaps the most enduring legacy of the Picts, however, lies in their stone carvings. Scattered across the Scottish countryside are hundreds of Pictish symbol stones, slabs of stone carved with strange, elegant motifs, beasts, serpents, mirrors, combs, crescent moons, and the enigmatic V-rod. Some stand alone, others mark burial sites or ancient routes. What they mean remains a mystery. They are not random. They follow patterns, appear in consistent pairs, and are placed with care. Some scholars believe they were clan symbols. Others think they represent lineage or ritual status. Some see them as early writing, proto-iterate communication that we simply haven't deciphered. But whatever their meaning, the symbols endure, silent and striking, speaking across centuries. The Picts were not primitive. They were artists, farmers, warriors, traders. They lived in harmony with a land that demanded resilience. They built not just to survive, but to express something, to leave behind marks of beauty and order. And as the Roman Empire withdrew, as new cultures arrived and as the Gaelic world began to rise around them, the Picts remained, quietly holding their own, shaping a culture that was both distinct and deeply embedded in the land they called home. Despite the mystery, their stonework shows of people who were skilled not only in agriculture and defense, but in art and abstraction. Their stones are deliberate, not crude attempts at communication, but refined.
Meaningful carvings placed in precise locations.
They spoke through stone where others used ink. The Picts also navigated a changing spiritual landscape. By the 6th century, Christian missionaries from Ireland and beyond had begun to travel into their territories. Figures like Saint Columba, based on the island of Iona, made contact with Pictish rulers and helped introduce Christian beliefs. The response wasn't immediate or total. For a time, Pictish Christianity likely blended with older traditions, nature worship, ancestor reverence, and seasonal festivals. But over generations, stone crosses began to replace symbol stones. Churches rose on hilltops, and the Picts became part of the broader Christian world, though always in their own way. Politically, the Picts were not static. By the 7th and 8th centuries, what had once been a patchwork of smaller tribal groups began to move towards something more unified. This wasn't a sudden empire-building campaign. It was slower, rooted in alliances, marriage ties, and the growing need for cohesion in the face of external threats. As neighbouring kingdoms rose in power, especially the Anglo-Saxon kingdom of Northumbria to the south and the Gaelic kingdom of Daliata to the west, the Pictish world responded with its own consolidation. Rulers like Bria MacBilly and later Owenus MacFarusa became central figures in this transformation. Bride ruling from around 671 to 693 is remembered for his resistance to Northumbrian expansion. It's during his reign that the Picts are first truly seen as a force capable of pushing back against one of the most powerful kingdoms in Britain. Oengus, who came to power in the early 8th century, expanded this influence even further. He led military campaigns, secured dominance over rival Pictish kings, and even extended his reach into Dariata, uniting much of northern Scotland under his rule, at least for a time. Under leaders like these, the Picts didn't just hold the line, they shaped it. They forged a collective identity, built strongholds, and participated in the intricate diplomacy of the British Isles. Their kings were recognized in annals written by monks far from Pictish lands. Their military campaigns, though not always successful, showed a level of ambition and organization that rivaled the better-known kingdoms of the time. But history is rarely static, and neither was their power. By the 9th century, pressures both internal and external began to shift the political landscape again. The growing influence of Gaelic culture from Dalriada, combined with the arrival of Norse raiders along the northern and eastern coasts, changed the rhythm of the region. Intermarriage between Pictish and Gaelic. Elites blurred political boundaries, and over time the two cultures began to fuse. The Gaelic language spread not necessarily by conquest, but by slow absorption through court, church, and kinship. By the 10th century, the Pictish identity had been quietly woven into what became the early medieval kingdom of Alba, the foundation of what we now call Scotland. The name Pict disappears from the written record, not with a fall, but with a transformation. There was no decisive battle, no catastrophic collapse, just the steady layering of one culture over another until the distinction faded. Their lands remained, their descendants lived on. But the Pictish name, like their language and symbols, slipped gently into the mist of memory. History isn't always written in ink. Sometimes it's carved into stone, buried in soil, or whispered through ruins left behind by people we barely remember. The civilizations we explore today were real, built by hands like ours with hopes, rituals, and stories of their own. Some vanished suddenly, others faded slowly, but all left traces. Quiet reminders that the world has always been more complex and more mysterious than we imagined. If you enjoyed this journey through the forgotten corners of the past, make sure to subscribe and check out our other videos for more stories that history almost left behind. Thanks for watching, and as always, until next time, stay